All right, let's get started. Good morning. Good morning. All right, so got a little off the track there this morning. My apologies. All right, so I'm looking for Bitcoin to continue higher. A lot of these stocks catching a bid. All right, so Coinbase looking for this to rise. Again today it's up $5.40, trading 253.67. All right, so moving back above the moving averages, looking for this next leg higher to move towards this 320 zone. That's Coinbase. Some of the other names that we're watching, Ethereum. Ethereum, ETHE. Futures look like a little bit of profit taking up here. Ethereum, nice support zone over here. Volume by price bands. Pushing higher. Next leg should take it above 34. All right. UVXY, I'll probably keep some exposure in options just in case there's some snafu in Kabul. Majority of positions are longs. There are some shorts in airlines like American Airlines, the travel industry, looking a little weak. Jets mentioned by John Nadarian yesterday. Okay, Roku's up $3 pre-market. Tesla is up 10. Tesla, looking for follow through in Tesla to get back up near recent highs. We've tested the 50-day. This is the fourth time now, and buyers showed up. I'd like to see more like we had here at the end of July, where this volume was all green, and we had that follow through. All right, so this is susceptible to a retest of the 50-day, it looks like. No lift. Maybe today's the day we get back up above 700. Tesla trading 683. Okay, Apple is trading 147.50 pre-market. Apple was a little disappointing. Had a nice breakout, staged, little triangle pattern. It broke down below this level, so now it's looking more like a Darvis box, more or less. All right, so I'm not really worried about it, but something that I'm watching. Futures are higher. We're above the flip line for the S&P 500. That gamma flip line. To 43.95. 43.95. All right, so we need to stay above 4,400 today. Futures are trading 44.07. All right, SPY is trading 440.37. So we're right near that 4,400 level. We got 8 minutes to go. Good morning. Frano, Ken, good morning. Brian. Robert. How you feeling today, Robert? A little better? I know you were under the weather yesterday. My wife went to get acupuncture yesterday. She was having some issues. She feels a lot better. It's amazing how well a lot of people don't aspire to acupuncture, but I've had it done as well after a surfing industry in Hawaii. and I found it to be very therapeutic. Anyway, just watching DraftKings, little news there. ARK K, looking for a follow through in ARK K. Got some work to do. ARK K, with recent weakness in Tesla. Looking for this volume by price band area here. That's still resistance. We need to get above that area. All right, futures coming back from the highs with 7 minutes to go for the opening bell. All right, so 43.95. That's the line in the sand, 43.95. Was 44.20. Now it's 43.95. Shifted a little bit lower. So if we stay above the vol trigger or the flip line, we would be less cautious and more bullish. If we close below 4,400, 43.95, that area, I'd be a lot more cautious. I'd probably keep some hedges on. All right, so just keep that in mind. This we'll talk about it all day, so it's not like you're gonna have to write it down. 4,400, just remember 4,400. We're looking for price action to stay above 4,400 today. It is an OPEX. We do have, let's see, we have, what do they say, about 20%, 36%, 27% of S&P expiring this morning. Remember, S&P big options expire in the morning, and SPY expires in the evening. 36% of SPY open interest gamma expires today. That might be enough to dissolve the 4,400 pin and expose the markets to lower prices if we can't stay above 4,400. If we stage a rally, which we've been watching off of the lows, if we stage a rally, we see resistance at 44.31 and 44.41 on the S&P 500, not futures. 43.31. All right, so the 43.31, 44.31 is just above the 240 E, the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. All right. So we need to get above the 60-minute. 20 EMA, you see the green line. We need to get above that. This is in a descending trend. We need to break that descending trend decisively to stay more aggressive. Personally, I'm going to be a bit more cautious. Hold on to some hedges unless they, for some reason, run this back up to 44.80. I don't see that happening. Resistance at 44.31 and 44.41. And then you got 44.54 overhead. That pivot right there. Morning, Terry. Nick, good morning. All right, seeing a lot of volume on some names this morning. A lot of volume, a lot of blocks on MUDS, Mudrick Capital Acquisition. There's a lot of blocks on that. ENDP, let's see some of these pre-market. ENDP at the lows, not interested. Apple, we got a 50,000 share block at 147.30. Apple. What else on here? Let's see. GBT. Global Blood Therapeutics, we see a block of 1 million shares at 25.85. Pre-market. Open, OPEN, blocks this morning. Open looks pretty interesting here. All right, got a bunch of blocks on Open. All right, futures continue to push a bit higher. Going into the opening bell. Bitcoin getting a bid here. Bitcoin, let's see, Bitcoin. All right, let me just note something here. Going into the opening bell, we got less than a minute to go. Less than a minute to go. Let me move this up to 44.31. Okay, so that's where we are right now. We need to stay above 43.95. All right, there's your level there. Okay. All right, folks, let's get ready for the opening bell. It's your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, the 20th of August. Bitcoin's in play. Looks like futures are at the highs. Look for futures to look for some selling up here at the highs. All right. All right, come on, let's push a bit higher. All right, they're selling a little bit here. Apple, looking for a follow through. Mara, Ethereum, and other stocks, watching those. Watching S&P 500, see if we can't get a move higher. Coinbase is up 370. Tesla's up 10. There goes Mara. The all right. NVIDIA up 4. NVIDIA. Looking good, NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA following through yesterday, NVIDIA. Swig trader. All right, let's wait for the markets to settle down. NVIDIA swing trader with a new position there. Ethereum is up $1, moving higher. Mara at the highs. Looking for a follow through. Coinbase continuation. Coin. All right, there goes Coinbase. All right, Q's going. Q's going now. We've got the FANG stocks. We got Microsoft looking good. VIX is dropping off. VIX dropping off. Cleveland Cliffs, a little bounce after being down like 6% yesterday. U.S. Steel catching a bid. U.S. Steel. More calls on Marathon. More call sweeps on Mara. Mara's starting to go. VIX is dropping off. Ethereum is up $1. Ethereum going. Coinbase. All right, S&P 500 pushing higher now. All right, so let's go out. All right, so there's our levels. We're looking for these 44.30 zone. I'd like to get above 44.18 on the S&P. Tesla's up 13. We need to see 700 on Tesla to feel more comfortable. Get back above 700. Pfizer starting to get a move on here. Watch Pfizer. Roku doing what it does best. Pop in the morning and fade the rest of the day. Pretty disappointing price action on Roku. What's Netflix doing? Netflix is hanging in there. Nvidia. All right, futures at the highs, a little profit taking at the highs. It's pretty decent up volume on the NASDAQ. It's leading 1.6 to 1. NYSE is 1.36 to 1. So far, okay. VIX is holding at 20.74. Netflix pulling back. Mara still going. Marathon Digital, MARA, still going. Mara still going. All right, Marin Software one more time. Marin. This one's a cheap stock, but it keeps showing up on the radar. These high relative volume stocks, not interested in the pattern, but Foot Locker showing above average volume. Foot Locker gapping up, probably comes back to the 50-day. Better entry at the 50-day. Foot Locker watching. What's Nike doing? Nike. Watch Nike. Mara. Banging higher. Mara. VIX dropping off some more. VIX dropping more. Coinbase looks good. Coinbase blasting higher. It's +8. Coinbase. Coinbase. All right, so we're looking for this to leg back up to towards 300. So good entry here on Coinbase.
Reuters headline, update from an early report. China securities regulator says to create conditions for China and U.S. to cooperate on auditing supervision to deepen connection between China and Hong Kong markets.
Nail moving a bit higher. Nail on the pullback, bouncing.
Company to host their conference call at 11 a.m. today to provide clinical update and discuss positive business developments.
All right, watching Coinbase. Mara.
That's Alpha Delta India Lima shares spiking $3.40.
Nice follow through on Mara. All right, looks like the next leg is up, starting. Moving averages are up and to the right. They could be tilted more like they were over here 2 weeks ago, but we're starting to turn higher. Riot also looking good. BlackRock. And others getting into the Bitcoin. BlackRock manages what, $9 trillion in assets, has taken a significant stake in 2 Bitcoin miners, 6.7% in Marathon Digital, and 6.61% in Riot Blockchain. That was mentioned by Forbes recently. So these two should continue. All right, Ethereum is one of my favorites. That's one Raoul Pal, P-A-L, Raoul Pal, talking about the future of Ethereum over Grayscale GBTC, which is also looking good. All of these are moving together, so looks like today could be a follow-through. I would wait till after 10 o'clock, see if this doesn't turn into a fade. It all depends on the markets. We'd like to see the markets stay up here, as you know. All right, so we're watching the S&P. All right, we want to stay up here, get above this resistance zone that we ran into, 44.18, 44.17. That seems to be in level. Memory. And then right above that, you got the 20 EMA, 44.23. That's the 20 EMA on the 60-minute chart as a reference point. VIX with a bear flag for now. Not doing anything until about 10 o'clock. I want to see what the markets have in mind. Clover Health starting to move higher. CLOV. Clover. CLOV. Starting to move higher. Who is this? Who is this? Let me just check this real quick, guys. I'm here. All right. There goes Clover Health, pushing a bit higher. Markets are pushing higher. Watch the S&P. Crocs, Dollar General, many of those retailers looking good. We're watching for a push. We got to get above 44.18 if we're going to attack these overhead levels. So far, we're showing strength. VIX is dropping off, so everything is working so far. Snowflake pulling back. Yeah. There goes VIX dropping off. VIX dropping off. Heading for the teens. About to hit 19. There goes Facebook.
MSFT, Microsoft seeing heavy activity now in the weekly $300 calls. Michael Sandy.
Microsoft doing well. Continuation, breaking out. All right, Microsoft. Consider Microsoft, you're chasing up here. Okay. Microsoft. You're at the upper bands, upper Keltner bands. This could keep going, but my suggestion is to wait for the next pullback. This is probably just going to keep trending. Remember, September is not a friendly month. So if you're eyeballing options in particular on Microsoft, make sure you get your best entry. Probably stays pretty active today, but I wouldn't be chasing it. I would be looking for flags, little dips that hold with a good risk reward. There goes S&P. S&P is ripping higher here. All right, so we're going. Nice.
MARA, Marathon Digital, Royal Heights now 33.
Marathon going some more.
December 55 call sweep now in Michael Alpha Romeo Alpha.
Marathon. Nice follow through on Marathon. Digital, looking good. S&P is at 440. S&P Spiders 441.96, 442. Looking for a follow. There goes Mara. All right. All right, so up 5%, an additional 5% on Ethereum. All right, Ethereum looking good.
Reuters reporting the White House is withholding support of Democrats' carbon border tax proposal amid concerns of inflation implications. That from Reuters. FL Foot Locker. Foot Locker says Vietnam factory shutdown to have long-term effect.
Nice, active today.
That's Foxtrot Lima.
All right, Mara at the highs. Okay, NVIDIA +3, trying to break above that 202 level. Coinbase up 8, flagging at the highs right now. Coinbase is flagging. Mara looks like it'll keep going. All right, some of the stocks that were active yesterday, Macy's following through. AD, I don't know what this is. I see Howard Lynchon talking about this one. I don't know what that does. INOV. Snoops again. Synopsis again. Wix. All right. Let's watch the stocks that are showing above average volume. Foot Locker is at the top of the list now. Foot Locker. All right, back to the 50-day. Looking for Foot Locker to get some, look for some support there. QFin is back. QFin is starting to bounce. Bit Digital, BT. Bit Digital. Are they, they're not a Chinese stock, are they? BT. Owns and operates 32,500 miners with a maximum hash rate of blah, blah, blah. Okay, where are they headquartered? New York. Bit Digital, BT. BT is in play. It's trading, where'd it go? It's trading 2.5 RVOL.
Saw it at the highs 301.55. Again, seen that heavy call at 50 a little while ago. Michael Sandy Foxtrot Tango.
BT. 13, could see a follow through on Bitcoin Digital. Watching that one. Mara's pulling back a little bit. A little profit taking going into the weekend. All right, looks like Ethereum. Looks like these will continue higher. Coinbase off the best levels of the session. Apple looks like it's going to go. Apple looks like it wants to go here. All right, Qs are looking really strong. Qs back above the 21-day. All right, these pushing higher. All right, what's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA 202. All right, the stops yesterday on NVIDIA towards the end of the day, 194 to 196, 194. We're trading above 202, 196. Looking for NVIDIA to break higher. All right, SPY and the Q is looking pretty strong here. All right, so they keep bidding the price action up here. This is looking better. All right. All right. We continue to push higher here. S&P. We move through the 44.18 level. Looking better. All right. Apple's going. Apple attacking the 150 zone again. VIX dropping off here. VIX dropping off. VIX dropping off. SPY and the Q's doing well. RK up $1.23. Tesla's up $8.63. Looking for a bounce here on Tesla. S&P continues to climb. So do the Qs. Qs through R1. SPY is at R1. Qs.
GOOGLE, Apple Insider reporting Google shutting down its Unified Health division.
All right, so the Qs are through R1 and trending. We got SPY trending. It's at R1. Indie squeeze on SPY. All right, we ran into a little resistance there. We're just above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute chart. Let's just shift to the 60-minute real quick. You can see that we're in a downtrend on the 60-minute, but we're above the 20 EMA right there, the green line. 44.18 was a pivot level we wanted to get above, and we got 44.30. All right, we can see that downtrend that we're in. Channel, we need to break that downtrend, and looking pretty strong so far. So you'd think that a lot of people are short or trading this downtrend, looking for resistance here. So if resistance doesn't come in, a lot of these people are going to have to cover if we start to push higher. VIX still moving lower. Mara going again.
DD Global, the September 24 $9 call is active. Delta India, Delta India.
Looks like Chinese stocks are catching a bid, huh? DD Global.
Shares of DD Global moving higher now $7.85. DD Global shares up about 9%. Again, the activity in the September 24 $9 call on Delta India. Delta India shares now spiking here, up more than 9%. GRNQ, Green Crow shares are halted again on the way down is $1.40. South Romeo, November, Quebec.
Mara, looking for more. Let's see. Mara, M-A-R-A, SPY at R1. Mara has an ATR of $2.50. It's up $1.80. So we'll see another 70 cents potentially. Mara seeing more call volume here.
NFL 22 worldwide. That's Echo Alpha.
AMD, the 104 call. AMD, the 104 call for next week. AMD. Nice rally. Coinbase. The Bitcoin stocks looking very good today. Mara. All right, Ethereum up $1.50, $1.45, $1.50. Apple looking for the break higher. Coinbase going for another level overhead. Mara, nice. DD Global still going. DD Global, DIDI. Reversal, mean reversion on this one. DD Global, another China-based company. Looks like shorts covering. That's what I would call it for now, shorts covering. Still in a pretty deep downtrend. This morning, China was talking about working with U.S. regulators, I guess. All right, S&P is pushing, so this is going to help fill our sales. Okay, we're pushing higher, so that's going to help the markets with the indices moving higher. What's IWM doing? IWM.
EIGR up fintech.
All right, trying to change the direction.
Number of 15 calls on a Tango India Golf Romeo.
All right, 44.30 is a resistance zone.
9% for Tango India Golf Romeo.
NVIDIA with the 205 call for next week. NVIDIA building, the 205 call for next week. Pretty active. NVIDIA. NVIDIA going. There goes S&P surging now through this level. This is taken out, S&P taken out. All right, so the S&P, looking for a follow through.
GRNQ, Green Pro cap now at $1.32 after resuming trade.
Our next level is 44.41. 44.41. All right, so going to move this up here shortly. 44.41. All right. 44.41 right there. Okay, so we'll get the next level. We're a little bit overbought now, so maybe a little profit taking right in this resistance zone. Watch VIX. All right, NVIDIA pulling back a little bit. VIX is holding at 19.49.
Software, letter U, getting a pop here at 122. Mentioned as a long swing idea at Investors Business Daily. That's letter U, shares up about
U.
now at the high for letter U.
All right, letter U, Unity Software. U looks good. $115, $116. Very nice reversal on Unity Software. All right, a little extended right here. Look for a little pullback or a flag.
TSLA, Tesla, electric tweeting now, Tesla more than doubles its non-refundable order fee, Tango Sandy Lima Alpha. Tesla doubled the order fee from $100 to $250. That's Tango Sandy Lima Alpha, non-refundable fee. Deere on their conference call, company executive company expects to produce large farm equipment in line with demand, with inventory expected to remain tight. That's Delta Echo.
Okay, American Airlines, the 19 call on American. I don't know, I don't see. I think somebody's selling premium there. It looks pretty weak. Apple looking for a follow through. Ethereum flagging. DD Global still going. SPY still going. It looks really good. SPY. Qs are still going. Qs are very strong today. NVIDIA looking for a break above 203, 204. Netflix, nice bounce on Netflix. Amazon looking better. Apple looks good. Facebook pushing higher. Facebook pushing higher. All right, we're trending. All right, Q still going. Unity Software watching, looking for that flag. The flag looks like it's going to continue. All right, so that looks good. Unity Software. Stochastic starting to turn. It's got a $5.50 ATR. It's almost there now, so maybe you get a better entry. Follow through on Monday. Facebook's still going. DraftKings, more partnerships being announced. DraftKings, looking for it to push off of this 52 level, finally get above 56. I don't know that it's going to do it today, but next week maybe. Possible. VIX is holding in the teens, 1954. Edit on the move. Edit. Edit's on the move. Watch edit. EDIT. All right, this looks good. Edit holding above the 9 EMA. Looks for a follow through. Nice work, Sean.
ROKU, Roku, ticking higher here, 349.06. The September 360 calls.
Okay, Roku's up 5. Do know that this thing tends to fade the gain, so I wouldn't chase Roku. Facebook. Roku has a lot of work to do to get out of this base. It needs the base right here near the 200 day. Roku. All right, so if you're trading Roku, should be fine, but you know it's below the 921 and 50 day and 200 day. Needs to base in this area and push back above those levels to get more aggressive. Right now, I would be less aggressive. It's in a support zone, but need to see a follow through on that one. All right, Nvidia is trying to go some more. Nvidia takes out yesterday's high. That would be great. Nvidia. Post earnings. All right, looks like a triangle pattern. Looking for a break above 206, 207. Huge volume yesterday. Almost 80 million shares changing hands yesterday. Microsoft, nice work there. All right, we're starting to see. All right, VIX is starting to turn. VIX starting to turn. VIX is turning here. Watch the SPY and the Qs. Looking for higher highs and higher lows. Looking for VIX to move lower. Mara's going again.
WISH for context logic, seeing activity now. The January 7.5 call sweep above the S in WISH, Whiskey India Sandy Hotel.
All right, Mara. Following through day 2. You know I like the second day better than the first day. Needs to close higher. Trading into this price action, we got stochastics moving higher. What does that tell you? By design, this is telling you to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range to continue as this rises. You can see how price action, for the most part, closed in the upper half of the daily range. It did flag, but looking for that close in the upper half of the daily range as this continues. Coming off of day 2, 921 and 50 day are rising. They're above the 200 day. Bitcoin is obviously in play. Bitcoin is obviously in play today as it trades up to that 48,000. 50,000 is where we'll run into some resistance overhead. So we got a little bit more. If we take out 48,100, that should be a good follow through. Bitcoin, let's see, we're on a buy signal, 5-minute, 30-minute. Not quite there on the daily as far as a buy signal. Let's look at the 4-hour. Maybe that's starting to turn. 4-hour. Before the 4-hour is on a buy signal. All right, so that looks good. Buy signals here. 4-hour. Daily, not quite. Mm-hmm. 4-hour chart. All right, Bitcoin. BTC. Bitcoin. All right, that continues to push. Actually, the daily is. All right, so I was looking at the wrong chart. We got all of the time frames on a buy signal. Bitcoin. A little bit of a flag on the daily, or the 5-minute rather. Coinbase. Looking for a follow through. Apple pushing higher. Apple's going for 148. Snowflake, got calls on Snowflake starting to show up. Snowflake. Wow, what a move on Snowflake. This is broken trend, folks. All right, so be careful on Snowflake. It was looking so good and then gapped down today. VIX moving lower, looking for SPY, and Qs to continue higher. The FANG stocks look like they're just relentlessly buying here. They keep buying. NVIDIA is going to take out this level. NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA. Looks like it wants to take out this level. Look at all this volume here. A lot of support. If it pushes above this area, there's no overhead supply. No overhead supply above that level. All right, so new swing, or if you just we're swinging it into earnings and didn't take it off this level right here. If it gets above it, there's no overhead supply. That's what's great about 52-week highs. There's no supply overhead. All right, so I'll just let this one go. Let it keep working. That's what I would do. Look at the volume. Wow, the volume is nice. Everything is turning on NVIDIA. Wow, that looks good. Everything points to a potential follow through and a blast off here. So if you got options on NVIDIA, if it gets above 208, 209, it's got a lot of room to go. A favorite right now, NVIDIA, showing a lot of strength. Qs are still going. We got $6.75. All right, so we're trading the ATR, but next week looking for a follow through. What kind of options flow do we have on NVIDIA? NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA got some nice options. All right, NVIDIA. All right, feels like a more bullish day, doesn't it? NVIDIA. Probably next week. We see 209. All right, let's save this. Save as NVIDIA.
Tip ranks out where they tweet now, green new electric vehicle stocks playing the EV market.
Apple's still going. All right, Apple's still going. Nice, nice Apple. Qs at the highs looking like a little profit taking on the Qs.
Green new electric vehicle stocks to play the booming EV market.
All right.
SMIE and HYZN.
Where the hell is my?
Shares of HYZN, Hyzon Motors, getting a little pop here, $7.74. Hotel Yankees in November.
Okay. All right, NVIDIA's still going. So are the SPY, S&P 500. Q's looking much better. Nice action today. VIX still dropping off.
Seeing continued call activity now and shares hitting more new highs. Microsoft all-time high 305.
Microsoft, nice work on Microsoft. Sean and others, those of you that are in Microsoft. All right, Unity Software could go with following. Nice flag right now. I'll be watching that one for potential entry on Unity Software.
Lordstown Motors shares off the highs now at $5.20, getting a spike 2 minutes ago. That's Romeo India Delta Echo.
NVIDIA looking good. TD, nice short covering rally there.
Lordstown Motors earlier demonstrating capabilities of the Lordstown Endurance at a conference, announcing that in a press release. That's Romeo India Delta Echo.
Edit plus 250. EDIT. Ethereum flagging at the highs. Coinbase flagging at the highs. Looking for more next week. Apple. All right, everything's starting to see a little profit taking here. I ran it up pre-market and into the first hour of the day. VIX trying to turn up again. I got some resistance just overhead at 44.41. Above the previous resistance, 44.30 S&P. All right, let's keep an eye on what's working today. Edit continues higher. It's up 250. Ethereum's up $1.50. All right, looking for another press higher. Higher highs and higher lows. Looking for VIX to roll over here in a bear flag. QFIN Digital. QFIN flagging at VWAP. All right, so it's got a flat VWAP. We want to see a sloping VWAP like NVIDIA. Sloping VWAP is what we're looking for. Above average volume again today. Look for a breakout on NVIDIA above 209 next week. 209 is the level we need to see. All right, we need to get above this area. No supply over that area, at that area. Above 209. Roku fading. All right, so Roku's really good at this. Really good at fading. It pops up in the morning and it fades. Still below all the moving averages, so more bearish than bullish. Bit Digital, BTBT, that one was showing some activity today. It's doji now, looking for a better entry on BTBT. If the Bitcoin stocks, I don't think they're going to just peter out here. Bitcoin still moving. All right, Bitcoin still looks good. Pushing higher. All right, looks like it was going to be a flat doji day on Bitcoin, Bit Digital. All right, let's look at some of these others. The 9 NCTY, the 9. Looks like a flat VWAP now. I'm not really aggressive on Fridays because we tend to see a lot of flat doji patterns and no momentum. You get stuck into a stock or you buy something and you're sitting here waiting. Petco, Wolf, Petco, gapping above the 21 day, trying to get above the 50 day. Petco, what's Chewy doing? Chewy pulling back. Futu, that one was active this week. Futu, active this week. Nope, not interested. DraftKings, a little bit interesting. Microsoft, of course. Microsoft now showing 1.8 R-ball. This thing is just going. Looks like institutions, the reason this is taken off the way it is institutions will continue to buy high, sell higher. Remember what AMD looked like? Remember what AMD looked like over here? Everybody was saying, "Oh, this is too overbought. I can't buy this." And what happened the next week? It just continued higher. Okay, the last week of July. All right, Microsoft could do the same thing it did. Yeah.
From the company's chairman saying that they are seeking a merger partner. November Alpha Kilo Delta.
Okay.
TME, 10-cent music. Seeing a little pop here and a big spike in volume, a block trade of 1 million shares at $7.61 at the bid. Shares are getting a spike here now. A little pop, $7.72 on Tango Michael Echo. DE Deer. Company executive says expects many supply chain challenges to persist through the end of this year and into next. That's Delta Echo.
$44, $41. S&P 500, 44.41 is the next level. Okay, SPY. If we muster some more strength here, we could see a bit more. Some decent volume so far. The Qs, you can feel the momentum starting to slow now. You can feel the momentum starting to slow. Maybe take some profits off the table. NVIDIA at the highs. Looking for a follow through next week. AMD pushing. All right, we could see more upside. LRCX not looking good, Frano. LRCX. Yeah, LRCX. Yeah, it's at a support zone at the 200-day. AMD, a lot of money flowing into AMD and NVIDIA. Let's see, AVGO. All right, let's look at the FANG 15. If you're looking for more upside in the Qs, you want to see all of these above VWAP. You want to see all these stocks above VWAP. All right, so everything except Tesla and Qualcomm and Texas Instruments and Intel are above VWAP. So we got 11 of 15 of the FANG, 50% weight.
Equipment authorization hereby issued to name grantee. Part 15 spectrum transmitter, wireless communication headset. That's Kilo Oscar Sandy Sandy. Shares, of course, are getting a pop here now.
All right, so all right, 15 stocks, 15 stocks. So if you're looking for Qs to break out, you want to see these improve. There goes Apple. All right, so Rick Reeder manages over $2.7 trillion in equities. He's been on CNBC a lot recently, that he'd be buying the dips, that they're 65% weight in equities, moved from 50% up to 65%. Tom Lee, with his most recent quote, he'd be leaning into equities on any dips. Certainly playing out in favor of Tom Lee and not so much in Wapner, who doesn't seem to get it. I know he plays the antagonist on CNBC. He does a really good job of being an antagonist. I have to commend CNBC on their choice because he really bugs the crap out of me. More so because he talks over people. Just watching Bitcoin stocks. They look like they can continue higher. Apple pushing, going for 149 now. All right, Editas, looking for follow through. Q's at the highs. I don't know how much more gas they have. I don't know how much more gas they have for today. All right, so Texas Instruments just popped back above VWAP. All right, so that's good. NVIDIA is following through, looking for the breakout. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA going for 206. NVIDIA breaking out. Previous daily high. NVIDIA going. Nice. Previous daily high. We're taking that out. Looking good. volume. Bitcoin, 48,000, looking good. Bitcoin, continuation. VIX is starting to turn. Watch VIX here.
BNGO, Bionano Genomics shares moving a bit higher now, $5.36. Bravo November Golf Oscar, the September $5 pull, active now on
NVIDIA.
BNGO, Bravo November Golf Oscar.
So Pelosi buying on NVIDIA. Market's getting a goose here. NVIDIA still going. Nice follow through. AMD. Pelosi talking about a pretty major investment in NVIDIA. Ethereum, Bitcoin, all of those looking good. Riot, what did Riot do? Riot's breaking higher, okay. Mara, nice follow through on Mara, still going. All right, so spying the cues, feels like they're a little bit exhausted here. I might take some profits off. If I had a nice profit, I would be taking some profits off. Mara's still going. All right, NVIDIA looking good. Continuation. NVIDIA looking good. Apple flagging just underneath 148.50. Apple, Pfizer, or a lot of stocks flagging right now.
ADIL, Adal Pharmaceuticals, with a press release, reaches full enrollment target for onward phase 3 trial of ABO4 for the treatment of patients with alcohol use disorder. That's Alpha Delta India Lima. Company holding a conference call in about 15 minutes. That's Alpha Delta India Lima. Shares getting a pump to the highs, now at $3.40, up about 8% for Alpha Delta India Lima.
Ionis, nice little bounce, and Ionis, IONS. Looking for a bounce out of this flat base at some point, maybe sooner rather than later. Facebook trying to break higher. Okay, VIX looks like it's going to roll over here. Ethereum at the highs. Editas, EDIT, looks good. Editas looking a lot better. Like to see more volume. VIX rolling over. All right, TCAT, Takun Art. TCAT is back. TCAT. Yeah, not interested. Microsoft looks good though. Skills, SKLZ, Skills. I know you guys mentioned it yesterday. Skills, descending pattern. Best you could see, maybe if it doesn't get rejected at the 9 EMA, is a 21 day. This is a bearish pattern. Lower lows, lower highs. If you're convinced you're going to get some mean reversion back up to the 50, that's probably as far as it's going to get. So, 5 points, not bad. 30, 40%.
Program to help small and medium-sized businesses in India secure loans without collateral. That's Foxtrot Bravo.
Coinbase looks like it's going to break out here. Nvidia at the highs. Okay. Not quite up to the resistance at 44.41. Running into some supply overhead. Netflix fading. Apple looks like a higher low. Facebook looks like it wants to keep going with that news, helping companies in India get loans, whatever that means. Sounds bullish. Ethereum pushing higher. The Bitcoin and related names. All right, this is breaking a level here. Breaking out. 50,000 is a level overhead, and then you've got a major level at 56, 50 and 56. Bitcoin looks like 50 and 56 are next. Morning blog post. All right, looks good. Bitcoin. You don't need to chase it up here. Get a better entry, but it's definitely looking for follow through. Spying the cues, watching VIX headed back towards 20. Couldn't be that easy. Looking for a higher low, looking for VIX to roll over or not. S&P. All right, we're right at that previous resistance zone. IBB, nice bounce today. IBB. So was it Regeneron with an approval this morning? There was a Regeneron approval, right? REGN. There was some sort of approval for Regeneron this morning. Emergency use authorization or something like that. Moderna still hanging in there, hanging tough, consolidating. Illumina. All right, that pulled back. Gilead. All of these are the top 10. Gilead, looking for a follow through. Pfizer. All right, looks like it could pop. Pfizer. Doji on Pfizer, looking for a push. Nvidia, higher. Coinbase, we should see higher prices on Coinbase, I would think. Coinbase bouncing off of support here at the 5200, the 59 and 21 day. All right, MACD's turning, stochastics turning, everything's setting up for another leg higher for next week into an area where there's very little supply in here. We stepped away from the bid. There should be less resistance to a move higher in some of these areas overhead. Spying the cues, people very quickly looking for a bearish move. So far, are seeing higher lows on the SPY and the Qs. VIX is rolling over here, or at least it's showing weakness or some selling here at the high, or this little leg higher, I should say. So we need to take out 1920, and they take out that leg 1920. That would signal some more follow through in SPY and the S&P. Okay, so all the most of the Biotech stocks look good. Let's go check out sector strength real quick while I'm thinking about it. Nasdaq 100. Let's see what the top of the list looks like. Okay, Nasdaq is 90% green. All right, so that's pretty interesting. Nasdaq 100. All right. All right, so 85% green, Nasdaq. Nasdaq is 85% green. All right.
HYZN, Hyzon Motors, getting a pop here to the high, seeing now the January $10 call on Hotel Yankee Zulu November.
Nasdaq 100.
Hyzon getting earlier mentioned at tip ranks, shares hitting a high of $8.08, now up more than 3%. Hotel Yankee Zulu November. OWL, Oscar Whiskey Lima, Blue Owl Capital, getting a spike here. $13.46 at the high. CVC Capital said to be near a deal to sell a 10% stake to Blue Owl Capital. That's from Bloomberg. That's Oscar Whiskey Lima. Shares hitting a high of $13.46, now at $12.92.
Nvidia at the highs. Nvidia pulling back a little bit. All right, it's not going to go straight up forever. We should see some consolidation. Zoom, nice pop on Zoom, plus $8. Peloton at 110, climbing here. Peloton, P-T-O-N, Peloton. All right, not really interested. PDD, a little short covering looks like. PDD, still very bearish looking. Team, T-E-A-M, another top 10. NASDAQ, Team looks really good. Team looks good for the breakout.
It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, great long-term stock, I agree. Atlassian, looks good. Team, looking for the breakout. Let's see what the weekly looks like. Weekly. Okay, so first, second, third stage base breakout. So these getting a bit extended, but you know, does look strong. Splunk, security, building the right side of a weekly pattern. Splunk. Splunk looking interesting. It needs to get above the 200-day. Microsoft Workday. All right, SPY in the Q showing strength. AMD up almost $2 on the day. AMD looking a lot better. Looking a lot better now at the 21-day. Second bullish day. Unfortunately, it's a Friday, so less risk if you're thinking about taking a position on AMD for a follow-through next week. RSI is still turning higher, so this looks good. AMD still looks good. It's in a bullish trend. All the moving averages are rising for the most part.
Shares at the highs now, $9.92, up about 13%. That's Sandy Papa Romeo Tango.
Copart. Interesting. Peloton pulling back a little bit. SPY in the Qs at the highs. Tick cumulative is green. Tick cumulative is green. Yeah, SPY still looks good. That looks good. Okay, so we want to see tick cumulative still rising. All right. Price action push off this level. Okay. VIX still drifting a bit higher. Facebook looks good. Facebook's up 3. Could see another $3 or $4 on Facebook. Apple has about a $2.50 ATR. It's up $1.17. That could see another $1.25, $1.30. Netflix fading. Amazon looks like it could push a bit more. Nvidia flagging below that 205, 206 zone, high of the day. All right.
SRNE, Sorrento Therapeutics, tip ranks with an article, will Sorrento's promising COVID-19 vaccine results boost the stock? That's Sandy Romeo November Echo. Sorrento shares are still ticking lower here, $8.28. Shares up 3 cents for the day, Sandy Romeo November Echo.
All right. Let's see. Nail. XHB. All right, these are hanging out.
Fed's Kaplan sees jobless rate drifting down to 4.5% by the end of the year. Kaplan watching impact of Delta variant on the GDP carefully. Dallas Fed President Kaplan commenting on in an online event sees GDP growth of about 6.5% in 2021.
Semiconductors. All right, SPY in the Qs, looking for a follow through. DraftKings fading. It's flat on the day. DraftKings. SPY in the Qs trying to find some buyers here. VIX. Watching the VIX as well. Drifting a bit higher. Still could be a bear flag, looking for it to roll over if you're bullish. Kind of an extended day so far. We've had, this range from the highs to the lows on the VIX. Still pretty elevated at 1990. All right, SPY. SPY on the other end is the opposite at the highs of its range, above the UAP. Volume's still supportive. It is a Friday. OPEX, we got about 36% of SPY options expiring. The monthly options expiring today. 36% of open interest, Gamma.
Wax Center Partners acquires 6 European wax centers in Dallas metro area. That's Echo Whiskey Charlie Zulu. EWCZ, Echo Whiskey Charlie Zulu.
So the 4400 pin is what everyone seemed to be concerned about on the S&P 500. This pin at 4400. A lot of options expiring this level. All right, watching VIX. Looking like SPY is going to go again. So it looks like Q is going to go again. VIX looks like might have got some bears to bite. Looks like they might have got some bears to bite. Oh, interesting. The Hilton. Looks like a little bit of profit taking on Microsoft, some bearish flow. Kind of a slow day. Hilton seeing some action. That's weird. Maybe it's premium selling. The 120 call is very active for today. All right, so I don't know what's going on there. The travel industry, I'm not too keen on it. So a little skeptical on anything in the travel related names. Airlines and hotels. Theme parks. Let's see what Disney's doing. Disney. Yeah, Disney back. I don't like the way Disney's trading. It's in a big box. Needs to break out and start trending upward and to the right. Trending for several weeks before I'd be interested in a trend in this one. Just keeps jumping around. Every time it looks exciting, it looks like a flag's going to break out, it drops too much, really, compared to the value area, the 21-day. This just pops above it and then drops below it. It's kind of hard to trade that one, Disney. I'd rather be trading something like NVIDIA. Look at that straight line, the 50-day. Look at the volume. All right, SPY in the Q's looking pretty strong. VIX looks like it's going to roll over here. VIX looks like it wants to roll over. Red Rover. All right, bearish on the VIX. Looks like a bear flag on the 1 minute. 5 minute as well. Not a lot of flow today. Really not much going on today. Not very active today. Yeah, socks. Yeah, the socks. I reduced my exposure a few minutes ago. The socks, I just took half off here. All right, it's getting rejected. Could follow through, but I just reduced my position. So if we do bounce and get above the 921 day, might add back. NVIDIA is looking good. So NVIDIA and AMD can't be the only ones working. AMD, fade from the high of the day. It seems to do that quite a bit. The Bitcoin stocks look, they're holding up strength. Bitcoin, biotechs and others looking good. SPY and the Qs look like they want to keep going. Look like they want to keep going. All right, so we've got that 44.41 resistance zone. We're right in the middle of the zone right now.
GSAT, Global Star shares moving higher now on volume, $1.20.
VIX dropping off. Okay, so we can make one more shot to R2. R2 is 444.06.
Trading, that's Bob Sandy.
R2. R2 is 444. If VIX drops out of this bear flag, watching closely. Don't know who's got the edge right this minute. Apple looks good. Facebook looks like it could push a little bit more if we get more buyers. NVIDIA fading from the highs. It did that yesterday too. So some momentum traders capitalizing on the interest in NVIDIA as it runs higher. They'll take profits off. Momentum traders are still there. So that's a good sign. We need everybody to be trading it. So that's why you don't want to buy the high of the day. You buy these dips better for NVIDIA. All right, looks like SPY wants to go. Looks like the S&P wants to go. S&P.
CLF Cleveland Cliffs, August 27, $22 call sweep on Charlie Lima Foxtrot. Shares ticking higher now.
Cleveland Cliffs on that dip yesterday. Buyers stepped up. Thank you. S&P just hanging here.
FSR Fisker, the December 17.5 call. Foxtrot Sandy Romeo.
VIX trying to VIX. Bitcoin and related names seem to be so far the best today, with Bitcoin trading through 48,000. 48,769 and still pushing. Bitcoin looking really good. All right, SPY in the queue still fading a bit. VIX is trying to put in a higher low.
Health pre-call activity. September $13 calls above the ask on Charlie Yankee Hotel, Community Health, CYH.
Bitcoin.
Shares of Community Health popping to the highs, $12.35. That's Charlie Yankee Hotel. Again, the September $13 call sweep above the ask. trade.
All right. Just buying the cues, hanging out between support and resistance levels. Coinbase looks good. All right, so let's take a look at what we were talking about yesterday. VIX VXV, how it popped above 1.02. VIX VXV popped above 1.02. We're about to go green on VIX. If we can get VIX to go green into the evening session. All right, cues of fading a bit more. Okay, so this is moving back down. We did hit a high yesterday, a 1.02 intraday high. A little bounce so far. All right. Bang stocks are starting to show more signs of profit taking, at least for now. Let's look at the banks. Are banks helping out? Yeah, the banks are helping. Bank of America at the 50-day is probably a good entry here. Morgan Stanley. All right, these are all showing signs. Goldman Sachs. Okay, so what does a 10-year look like? 10-year I would suspect is a bit higher. 10-year, it's holding right in this little tight 5-day zone here between 12.25, 1.25 and 13, 1.3%, 1.25 and 25 basis points. So nice little box here. Higher is good for banks. We can see them moving higher. The jobs numbers still not giving the Fed enough to justify raising rates yet. Even though Wednesday that seemed to be everyone's concern, and we're higher from that level now. Okay, the banks look good. Let's see. Wells Fargo. I don't know. It's a Friday. I would like to take something here, but you know, some of these could pull back to the 50-day, like Bank of America already did. Some of the high flyers, Goldman Sachs. Okay, at the 21-day, could still see the 50-day. I still like the bullish setup on, you know, the banks for the most part. If you don't want to pick a individual name, maybe trade KRE or KBE, or the entire financial group, XLF. That's looking pretty good. XLF looks good. Let's look at the sectors real quick. You know what? One thing that concerned me over the last few weeks was that sectors, the XLY-XLP ratio had become more bearish. As of the last couple of weeks, we saw the blue line starting to turn up. Now it's turning back down again. This looks like institutions, folks, are positioning for a pullback in September. That's what it looks like right now. XLY-XLP ratio still looks like they're positioning for a pullback in September. Makes sense. Equal weight index bouncing at the 50-day, while the S&P 500, which includes those big cap tech names, 25% weight in those top 10, back above the 21-day. S&P equal weight bouncing at the 50-day. We almost got there yesterday. I thought we were going to get there. I really thought we were going to touch the 50-day today. Just shows you, in my opinion, doesn't matter at all We have to trade price. Price action told you what institutions are doing. You saw how the S&P is trading back above resistance points. We've got a monthly options expiration. We're right in between these two support resistance zones. 44.31 was resistance until we got through it. Now 44.41 is the next level. If we get through that, we could test 44.50. That was the level coming into the week that we were looking at, 44.50. My son yesterday told me he thinks the SPY can be 450 soon. So he must be reading the Gamma channel. Gamma. All right, the markets don't look bearish just yet. VIX looks like it's going to roll over, folks. VIX looks like it wants to roll over right here. Red rover. And Bitcoin, a lot of talk about Bitcoin being a hedge going into September. It's certainly trading more bullish. Ethereum breaking out of that little consolidation. Ethereum, little dip. You know I love buying the dip and selling the rip in a bullish trend while still having a core position. I'd like to hold on to a core position in Ethereum, maybe Riot in blockchain, and Mara. Mara's still doing well. The 35 calls were active yesterday. Looks like we got that. $3.36. It's got an ATR of $2.60. More. Marathon hitting more new highs. Don't chase it up here because it's pretty much done for the day. But shorts are covering more. Mara, M-A-R-A. Still going. All right, so another good example. If you're a new member, another good example of what we look for during the day. As 10 o'clock rolls around, we look for price action to be breaking out above the opening range. The opening range classified as the period between 9:30, the open, and 10 o'clock, the opening range. So depending on which direction the stock moves, in this case it's bullish, you got to bounce off of the VWAP after the opening range and then broke above that opening range high. Volume picked up. VWAP is rising. You see these ABCD patterns. It looks like A will be anytime soon, going into lunch usually. So you'd be chasing up here. Better entry now is to wait for B and C. We should see B and C. During the lunch hour. I think we'd probably get a better entry. You don't want to buy it up here on this A pivot, most likely an A pivot. What you want to do is wait. Maybe you get an entry sometime today inside of this price action and then look for 37, 38 next week. So this looks really good for next week. Morning blog post, look at the stochastics turning higher. When stochastics turns higher by design, George Lane designed this when he was a cotton commodities trader. He wanted to be able to have a sense of, will prices for this commodity rise over the next 14 trading periods in this case, or will it be falling, closing in the lower half of the daily range? In this case, when it's moving higher, it's telling you by design that look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. Okay, generally speaking. Doesn't mean every day. This is not a crystal ball. It doesn't tell you what it's going to do each day. It just tells you on average you're in a more bullish trend. You got MACD adding to it. You got volume, which also we look for, and RSI. RSI is above 50. So for right now, this is a bullish trend. I would stick with this on the bullish side, but look for a dip at this point in the day for an entry in Mara. Mentioned it yesterday for those of you who took it. VIX rolling over one more time, a lower high. All right, so let's say that you're still long SPY. What I'd be looking for now is a push, maybe to R2 if VIX rolls over. I'd be selling into strength going into noon. That's probably going to be the high of the day going into noon. Maybe keep a little bit on if you think that we might have a run end of day. This is an OPEX Friday. 36, 37% of options for the spiders expire at the close. All right, we might have enough juice to push this a bit higher if VIX can roll over. It's all about VIX right now.
Says masks and vaccines probably the only tools we have in this war, and we are in a war.
All right, spy in the cues, watch VIX. Edit, EDIT, starting to push. Edit, starting to push. All right, Bit Digital, or Farfetch, FTCH. That one's been active lately. That just popped up on the list, Farfetch. All right, got a hammer. You know, I don't really like mean reversion trades, but as far as mean reversion trades are going, you know, you got a good stock, a good company, you got a double bottom, you got a hammer. You know, for you mean reversion traders, you're probably looking at 42, 42.50, 45 if you're lucky. This is probably going to do what it did over here. You know, take its time. I'd rather a stock that's trending like Nvidia.
Kaplan says
I like a stock that's trending better.
broadening
The odds are this is in a bullish trend. That buying pullbacks on this one's going to work better. Being above the moving averages, you got Editas. There's another example. It's above the moving averages. Better, a higher probability this is going to continue versus something like Farfetch, FTCH, even though it's showing above average volume. Skills, SKLZ, that one's showing above average volume. It's at the lows, same idea. You're in a bearish trend. Probably get rejected at 12. We already got rejected at the 9 EMA. So that's telling you there's some people shorting this every time it gets to the 9 EMA. See that? What are the odds? Out of 30 trading days, what are the odds that you get the one day that breaks out? I think the probabilities are against you, wouldn't you? So try to get the odds in your favor. You'll do that if price action is trading above the moving average of Spotify. I like the stock. I like the company. I'm not crazy about the trend. FUTU, FUTU, that one's below the 9 and 20. Look where it got rejected, right at the 9 EMA. I'm not making this stuff up. Okay? Bit Digital, BTBT. Okay, sitting on the 9 EMA. Naked Brands, that's a penny stock. MRIM. And this software company has been very active lately. Still in a bearish trend. Unity Software in a bullish trend above the 200-day, bouncing. No need to like rush in and buy this today. It was an IBD mention as a long. I don't know if it was on Swing Trader or not, but you can find out. Look for a bullish day on Monday. If it doesn't gap up, look where the support is, right here, right near this 110 zone. This is probably going to keep going. Editas, I like it. Look at the. It's on a bullish trend, 921 50-day. Everything is rising. RSI is above 50. Just need to see more volume. Look at the 5-minute chart. Right here, it looks like it's trying to break out. Editas, EDIT, trying to break out. All right, so the S&P is trying to break higher too. SPY is about to go. Trapping the bears once again. Trapping the bears.
Fed Kaplan says we'll make decision on taper separately from that on rates.
Elevator up. Okay, here we go. All right, so I'd be selling into strength. Me personally, if I had today's options, I would be selling into strength on this pop. It'll probably be enough to goose the IV, implied volatility on your options. VIX dropping hard now. VIX dropping hard. All right, so we should get a follow through. SPY. All right, notice the similarities here. You see how this is moving higher? Look at NVIDIA. Okay, what's the similarity? Similarity is VWAP is rising. That tells you a stock is in play. When a stock is flat VWAP, notice it was in play yesterday, NVIDIA. Zooming higher, look at what VWAP was doing. And all of a sudden it hits the highs, you get these wicks at the highs, and then what happens? As a function of price, VWAP starts to flatten out. Tells you to take profits, look for a better entry if you're day trading. VIX. If there was a VWAP for VIX, you'd see it moving lower. SPY, another good example of a rising VWAP. Volume, now you want to see prices moving away from VWAP, breaking above this 443, and volume pick up going into the noon hour. We got 25 minutes to go. With troops in near the Kabul airport, I still think there's a reason to have some protection on. You never know what we're going to open up and look like on Monday. Monthly OPEX, we got hedges rolling off. Dealers won't need those hedges to get the delta neutral. We'll see what happens on Monday, whether it's a push higher or push lower. We'd like to close above 4,400, preferably above 43.95. To be bullish going into next week. It's the last week of August, full week of August, and we know that September usually not too hot, but we got the Fed end of the week. Jackson Hole, Amazon's falling off here. Amazon's falling off. NVIDIA looks like it's exhausted. SPY looks like it's not going anywhere. It looks like we're just going to stay here now. Was looking promising there for a few minutes, and now it's just we're just going to sit here probably until the end of the day. So get ready to fall asleep. Get your pillows ready. All right, starting to produce a doji. Look at the daily time frame. Starting to produce a doji. All right, up volume is 2 to 1, so maybe they got something in here. Okay, we got a spinning top. Tick cumulative is green, so internals are much better. Three to one up volume. Almost 3 to 1 up volume. Tick is green and trending higher. That could be the start of some higher highs and higher lows into the last week. We got Jackson Hole end of the week. D is pending. Yeah, looks good. ABCD pattern, looking for a D. All about the VIX. It's all about the VIX. The VIX rolls over, we could get something going here. Doji spinning top. The Q's still drifting lower, so it looks like profit taking in the FANG stocks. A move higher in the morning and profit taking now. I'm going to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back.
Letter C, Citigroup shares moving a bit higher, seeing some heavy option activity now, bullish put activity in letter C. Citigroup. Letter F, Ford, Electrek, tweeting Ford Mustang Mach-E GT deliveries begin early. That's letter F. BMY, Bristol Myers Squibb, US FDA approves Opdivo for the adjuvant treatment of patients with high-risk urothelial cancer. That's Bravo Michael Yankee. GC halted on a circuit breaker. Romeo Golf Charlie. Regencell Bioscience, $10.88.
All right, still consolidating, watching the indices.
Fed's Kaplan says could see the Fed eventually developing central bank digital currency.
Still just sideways. Internals are much better. We just don't seem to have any direction at the moment. Flat, a spinning top on the daily. Cues showing that the FANG stocks are getting sold into strength. Biotech still an area that you might be interested in trading. Biotechs, let's look at these top 25 from the IBB, the top 25 from IBB. Okay, these are the top 25 ranked by performance. All right, BNTX is back. All right, that one looks pretty good at the 21 day. I'll probably wait until Monday. I might trade this one. Look for a 100-point run. BNTX. All right, BNTX.
DKNG, DraftKings, September 55 call sweep.
All right, Novavax. Novavax looks good, plus 10. Novavax, another one. I would say odds are pretty good. All right, Novavax probably gets a follow through next week. BNTX is one that showed considerable strength. Considerable strength on this last run. So you've got a 382 Fibonacci there. You got a 382 fib from this low. Looks like this low over here, 194, up to that high. All right. Put that right there where I can see it. All right, so 50%. All right, so the 50% retracement. That's lovely. And stochastics is oversold. Do we get a follow through next week? Peloton's selling off here. BNTX, BNTX. I'm thinking yes. BNTX. All right, I'm going to buy some BNTX. I'm going to scale into it. If it dips here right down to VWAP, if it comes back to around 348, I'll put a limit order in with a stop under 328. So that'd be a 20-point move. 348. I don't know if I'd let it go that far. Maybe I give it like 5 to 8 points. Maybe 340. If it takes out 340, we had a little dip below 340. All right, I'm going to put in a limit order to buy at 344. All right, so I got a limit order to buy. That's dark. Light. I can't even see that. All right, limit order to buy at 344. All right, I put in a limit order to buy 344. BNTX. All right, I put a limit order to buy some BNTX at 344 if it dips down below VWAP, and a stop 340. All right. If I'm not paying attention, I'll come back and revisit this. I might get a better entry, but a limit order for now. If I'm not paying attention, I would be okay with 344. That way, if it did take out the low of the day, and it just headed back to 50, then I just lose $4. All right, so this looks good though. Many of these look really good. Illumina, they're all showing signs of buyers coming in. Novavax, I really like Novavax too, Frank. I'd probably buy some Novavax. Let's see what Novavax looks like. Novavax, watching for SPY just stuck here. Novavax, Novavax any day now is going to come out with some news or something that's going to pop it back up above 260. All right, I'm going to buy some Novavax. 225 limit if it gets back down to 225. $220, $224. $219. About $5.
sunset. The high's 1326. That's Romeo Golf Charlie.
All right, watching Novavax as well. A limit order to buy here. I just put in a 224. I don't know if it gets back here or it just keeps going. Probably keeps going. Of the two, it looks like Novavax has the best chance. Sitting on top of the 21-day, a nice little dip lower. You know I like buying the dip with RSI above 50. You got major support down here. It would take a lot to push it back down into this zone that's trying to push above. You can see the moving averages are starting to tilt higher and higher. Volume was decent 2 weeks ago. So I'm looking for a follow through in Novavax. All right. And if these pull back, I have time to react too. If they start to sell off, if all the biotechs start to sell off, I'll notice watching IBB for that. All right, so if IBB starts to fail, most of these will drag that lower. So IBB is sitting on top of the 50-day. After a nice 2-week pullback, looking for IBB to pop back above 172. I don't think this has changed anytime, will change anytime soon as far as more and more companies getting emergency use authorizations. I was listening to a program last night. I think it was on YouTube, and it had to do with the Delta variant. And the comment was that the Delta variant is going to basically, I won't say kill all the other variants, but it's become most dominant. So, at least in these companies' minds, I'll have to look at it. I'll get a better read of it. Maybe I'll cover it in the weekend video. But it's basically saying that with everyone focused on the Delta variant and vaccines and vaccine cocktails working very effectively, and more companies getting emergency use authorization, and more people getting vaccinated, over 50% of adults in the U.S., I think was the number, that the odds are getting much better for compared to what we had back in February last year when we had nothing and everybody was freaking out, and everybody was pointing the fingers at each other and all of the conspiracy theories that were out there. I mean, it was doing us no good and just making people crazy, So, got a feeling we'll see something in these stocks as they move higher. That's just my thoughts for now. I could be completely wrong, in which case price will tell me. So if you follow that diatribe just now, I'm looking for Novavax and BNTX to continue higher for those reasons. All right, these are outperforming. They pull back, and they're all starting to show the same kind of pullback and bounce look to them. So if they all do that, that gives me a better feeling. Some of them are bouncing a bit more than others. NTRA dropped below 200, pushing back. It's got resistance overhead. You've got NBIX, Neurocrene Biosciences, also bouncing. All of these, there goes Novavax. I probably won't be able to get an entry unless I chase it here, which I don't intend to do. NTLA, flat, looks good. Edit also looks good. Okay, edit's looking good. You got Garden Health. I don't like this one as much only because it's below the 921 and 50 day. GMAB, that one we've traded before. Look at that pretty trend. All right, so if you're a new trader, a new swing trader in particular, if you're new at trading, you want to be into companies that are making money. Let's see what Garden has right now before I put my foot in my mouth. Let's see, GMAB. I thought it had positive earnings. It does. Okay, it does, but could be better. 55 cents per share, projected to increase 45% into 2022. Had some quarters where they had 1,000% beat June 2020 and March 20, the last quarter, the March quarter, 333% profit. Surprise, surprise. The previous quarter, the company's breaking out in a weekly time frame. All right, so what I like to look for are stocks that are trending. All right, the upward and to the right. My son gets this. I mean, this is so intuitive. You teach a kid what is better, up and to the right or down and to the right. I mean, it seems pretty logical, but so many people insist on trading crap like Tilray. Why would you trade that? Please tell me that you're not trading this Tilray on these little news snippets. Who the hell cares? Until it gets above the 9 and 21 a day and it looks like this, I'm not interested. The reason why I'm coming across as glib when I say that, maybe I'm not, but the probabilities of a bullish trend faring better, if I'm going to put money to work, I want a bullish trend, right? I want the stock to be doing nothing stupid in the last few weeks, like as Sunrise Trader likes to say, Sunrise Trader on social media. Look left to plan right. And it makes so much sense. Look left to plan right. What does that mean? It means look at the volume and everything, things that have happened before. Where's it come from? The stock is broken trend as of April. It broke above the 50 day. All right, so that's not too long ago. That's only 3 months ago, 4 months ago. And what's happening? Every time it comes back to the 21 day or the 9 or the 50, at some point in this bullish trend, it finds buyers. So I'm interested in the pullback. I want to see when buyers step up. I want to see 1 or 2 days. Once it sees 1 or 2 days, then my probabilities increasingly better, especially if the whole group is moving together, right? So ZLab, another one. That's not so good. I'm not that interested in that one. All right, high tech alert. All right, so let me, I'm going to change conversation here real quick. Looks like we're going to break out. All right, so I'd be selling into strength here, folks. I'd be selling into strength. That's 1204. Sell into strength. All right, let me just bring up my S&P 500 chart. All right, so I want that. I want to get above these pivots. All right, so there's probably some stops overhead and above 44.41 up to about 44.50 if we continue this push higher. All right, so I think you follow what I'm saying with biotechs. They look strong. I don't think they're going to change anytime soon. Looks good on the daily too, S&P. 2 bullish days. Can we get a third bullish white soldier next week on Monday? Maybe. So the odds are much greater when the trend is higher. When the trend is pointing up and to the right, you just don't want to buy the highs. That's the only problem. All right, so Facebook, Microsoft, Apple. All right, I'll be right back. I have something on the stove. I'll be right back.
side, Bed Bath and Beyond shares getting a little pop here, seeing some bullish put activity in Bed Bath and Beyond. Bravo, 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 Yankee. U.S. Treasury website says U.S. imposing fresh Russia-related sanctions. VACQ, Vector Acquisition Corporation shareholders approved merger with Rocket Lab. That's Victor Alpha Charlie Quebec.
All right, a little pop, but didn't follow through. Okay, a little fake out there.
Starting to ask, is this the long-awaited correction? Even Tom Lee, who has been as bullish as anybody, if not more so, and who is calling for a quote-unquote everything rally, says the market has taken a quote half-empty approach to the news of late rather than a half-full, sort of, playing into where sentiment seems to be. Now, he's obviously still bullish, but what about you?
Well, sure. A very common discussion with clients. There are fears of COVID, tapering, fiscal and monetary cliff, tax reform, just a host of issues. But I like to point them to a couple other directions. The most important one is that September 6th, supplemental unemployment benefits expire. And we're going to have this complete shortfall of labor being addressed now, because every business, everywhere you go, you're seeing help wanted signs. And finally, starting in September, we'll start to see some alleviation of that, possibly putting up 500,000 to a million jobs a month being grown in this country.
BNTX breaking out.
The market put up great numbers this year in terms of earnings. We expect that trend to continue. The free cash flow of the market is roughly $1.1 trillion, a record high, roughly 4%. That's still great compared to a 1.25% 10-year Treasury. The other point which supports the large FANGs is that the China crackdown on a lot of their, really solid large companies is only going to cause investments into our large cap tech companies. There'll be a rethinking of that China position in everyone's portfolio. And finally, look, the market is selling at elevated multiples. But when you look at other alternatives, we have this discussion with our clients constantly. Against the Fed tapering, we still believe that the stock market will continue to move higher, especially with EPS expectations of, let's call it 220 next year and 240 the year after.
So does that suggest that you would buy any dip? Because this was a week as well in which we had a notable technician come on our show, move the market, in fact, when he said don't buy the dip. And that was in the midst of one of the sell-offs that we experienced this week. It sounds to me like you wouldn't agree with that.
I would not. As long-term investors, we see a secular growth environment where this country and globally we're going to have ongoing growth over the next few years. And that's going to lead to multiple expansion. The stock market today is largely dominated by technology companies. Tech is being pulled forward dramatically as a result of COVID. So if you look at the tech sector, beta in the last decade has dropped from 2 to 1. The margins are double the market. The growth of revenues of EPS is ahead of the market. So I'm comfortable with an elevated multiple as a result of 60% of the S&P being in healthcare, technology, and communications right now. So I think investors have to look around at not only the absolute level of pricing in the market, but also what are the alternatives today, and how do you rely on growth going forward? And if you rely on a growth story, then you want to own stocks, you want to buy the dips.
And I guess you want to buy tech. The other interesting thing, Bryn, that Joe Terranova just emails me talking about buybacks and how supportive they are going to be, how supportive they have been, and how supportive they're going to remain for the overall market. And he specifically mentions how we started the whole program today, how mega cap tech is
IBB is trying to break out.
So under the surface, look, there are kind of two different push and pulls. You've got a fair amount of buybacks. You've got other weakness under the surface. I would point to small caps, for example, even though the Russell's having a nice bounce on this Friday. It's down, 9.5%, 10% from its 52-week high. That's making some people nervous. What do you think about the premise of buybacks being a pillar of strength underneath the market that can help you right now? And
IBB is about to break out. Here goes SPY on the Qs, looking better this time.
I think that year to date, we've had 680 some odd billion in announced buyback.
VIX rolling over on the 1 minute. VIX rolling over.
But it's absolutely a bullish undercurrent to the market, because it states, it really speaks to the health and the confidence of these underlying companies that are announcing the buybacks. I mean, you also have, earnings continue to go higher, and maybe the rate of change is going to slow because we had such a big year-over-year delta, but still the earnings are going higher. I do want to hit on a point that Rich mentioned that I think is really important. You know, we haven't been in China. I haven't been a fan of China for some time, for a host of reasons. But I think that with the government of China coming in and derating these tech companies and really making a lot of them somewhat quasi-state-owned enterprises, I think that the money longer term, because the only really, I think, affront to U.S. tech was Chinese tech. But I think investors are really going to question that and are going to have to put a whole new multiple on those Chinese tech companies. And I think that will continue to have more money flow to the U.S. because outside of China, the U.S. really is the only game in town for big tech innovation outside of some smaller countries. And so I think there's lots of reasons, that are, whether it's buybacks, earnings, the Chinese derating of tech companies, U.S. tech, to remain bullish. That being said, I do think the other points of Fed tapering, the rate of taper, the delta, the new one that comes behind
If we
it,
can drop
all
into
of
the
those
18
signals.
handle,
And I think
looking
that's
for
why you
VIX
saw
into the
huge
18 handle would
swells
be
in
good.
value, especially the highly cyclical names, over the last couple of months.
Yeah. Let's bring in our headliner of the day, Brian Belsky. He's the chief investment strategist at BMO. He joins us live today from Minneapolis. Good to see you again. Welcome back.
Thanks for having us, Judge.
I'm a play off the Tom Lee thing today. He says the market's focusing half empty. Are you a half empty or a half full guy today?
Half full, brother. It's always better to be positive. You need to have faith, and what's faith in our market?
Gotta be a realist, though. Gotta be a realist. Can't be a Pollyanna. Gotta be a realist.
Stop talking over people.
Here's my
Jesus, my
Pollyanna,
biggest beef about this guy.
non-Pollyanna. Well, the market is transitioning into more of an earnings-driven market. There's no doubt about that, Scott. And in earnings-driven markets, the return structure becomes much more volatile, quite frankly, and actually still remains positive, but obviously not as positive.
Brian Belsky
than
used to
in a
be,
flat
who's
market.
speaking,
That's
Brian
number one.
Belsky used to be
Number
over at
two
IBD.
is
He
we got a heck of a run in
aspires
the
to the whole
market.
can-slim
I don't
model.
know about you, but I'm having a hard time getting hold of clients. I've had more out-of-office responses to the last two reports that I put out. So I think a lot of people are on vacation from a personal basis. I think that's exceedingly positive. But I'm telling you, we're kind of getting back into this August, September doldrums. Number three, next week we have Jackson Hole. And if you remember last year, Mr. Powell changed the mandate on the Fed and moved away from inflation to employment. We moved our market targets up last year at that time because we knew that the gas was going to be on the Fed for a while. And I think next week could be interesting. But at the same time, I think the Fed's going to be playing defense with respect to the taper. And so that's why we put out our piece last night in terms of too much taper vapor in the markets. And I think markets want the tantrum because, quite frankly, the majority of institutional clients are underperforming this year. They want to be able to buy the dip. They missed the move. And we actually think that there's a very good
Pretty
chance
interesting comment
that the
there.
market could actually rally when we know what the taper is going to be. Oh, by the way, just like it did last time, the market, when Bernanke talked
Novavax.
about taper, hinted about tapering in Congress in May, market was down 5.8%. Right after that, the market rallied 10%. By the time the Fed began to taper and then actually began to QE 11 months later, stock market was up 10%. Drop the mic. We're being way too short-sighted on this.
Novavax going.
Double-digit earnings growth.
BNTX.
Very low interest rates from a longer-term perspective, and stop trying to time the market and call for all these near-term corrections.
Well, but do you think we are on the cusp of a correction because we're going to get the taper? I mean, you painted a scenario in which we could get a pullback of some
The
unsettled
Fed mentioned
feeling.
taper again
Of course, you think it's a
earlier
market
than
opportunity, but before we get to buy,
next year. By the end of this year, the markets pulled back temporarily Wednesday and pushed higher. That's pretty significant.
Not a sizable correction. Anybody that can call a sizable correction, God bless you. A sizable correction was our cyclical bear market we saw last year, which was a once in a lifetime. We've had corrections of 10 to 15% through all bull markets. Remember, we think we're in a 20 to 25-year bull market. Scott, a 6% correction is not going to tell me to be bearish, quite frankly. And I think people cannot be fast enough, Jack, be nimble, Jack, be quick. I've been on your network for over 20 years talking about try to time the market. Be an investor, and it's proven correctly. So you have to stick with your process and discipline. Clearly, we would be adding to portfolios on pullback, but we're going to stay fully invested because that's how we make money and that's how we run money longer term.
I mean, look, Citi is out with a note today: higher yields, higher equities. Tapering is fine. I'm quoting from their note today. Tapering is finally at our doorstep, but we do not think that it will be overly disruptive for markets. I mean, it sounds to me as though you're in that camp. And oh, by the way, I mean, the Fed has gone to concerted effort this last 2 weeks to kind of condition everybody that, yeah, the taper's coming, probably coming sooner than you thought. And it's all good. And because there's still enough liquidity that's going to be still pumping into the system, right? It's like you're taking a couple of things off the plate. You're not stealing the whole meal.
Right. We have a really cool chart in our report that we published last night that looks at the 10-year Treasury going back to 1962, where the average 10-year Treasury is 7%, Scott. I mean, that's some perspective, right? And then the average Treasury since the great financial crisis is 2%. I think Citigroup is spot on. And what we've also said is that historically, going back more decades than the 1960s, when the stock market rallies from low interest rate levels, when interest rates, start going up from low levels, the stock market does significantly well because that means the economy is improving. And I think Mr. Saperstein is spot on with respect to the secular growth argument. Earnings are going to continue to grow. You need to be a tech investor longer term. But over the near term, the ebbs and flows of the market are going to make you want to be equal weight growth and value and equal weight small, mid, and large. So you talked earlier in the broadcast about small cap underperforming. Now's the time to buy the dip in small cap and be equal weight across the board.
Oh, okay. That's a bold move. It's getting a nice lift today, obviously. Hey, Pete Ajarian has a question for you, Brian. Pete?
Hey, Brian, great to have you on, man. I'll tell you what, I'm curious about this. We all watched volatility this week. Last Friday was a 15, and we actually got close to 25 yesterday, close to 24 today, and now we're back underneath 20 once again. So is that something that ever comes into the factoring that you're looking at, the volatility side of the market? And if we do get one of those 4, 5, 6, 10% pullbacks that you don't think is going to be, the world is coming to an end, what specifically are the areas that you would be targeting that you'd say, you know what, on a 5 or 6 or 10% pullback, I'm looking at this sector because I think this is the sector to own?
Well, nice to see you as well, my Minnesota brother. I would say, I'll answer it in reverse order. I would be buying tech, communication services, and consumer discretionary with both hands and both feet on any kind of pullback over 5%. I would, because those are going to be your structural secular leaders of this economy for the next 20 years. That's number one. Number two, from a volatility standpoint, we run 9 equity portfolios. All 9 of our equity portfolios, by the way, are outperforming their individual benchmarks year to date because, again, we're longer-term investors. But what we look at instead of the VIX, Pete, is we look at the standard deviation of returns. And the standard deviation of returns start to decline again when the VIX falls down, of course, because everything goes down or up together. What we've seen, though, and I think people are missing this, is that the standard deviation of returns has been very high. That means you have to be a stock picker. That's why a lot of the mutual fund complexes, quite frankly, are underperforming because they own too many stocks. You need to own more concentrated portfolios, a quote-unquote big boy position of 4 or 5% in a stock, own 40 or 50 names, and that's how you all perform.
Let me have you leave us where we started our program today, Brian, and opine on which you think is more important to the market's next move. The fact that Microsoft continues to perform exceptionally well, or the fact that Amazon, another one of the FANG Plus critical stocks, obviously big market cap, is not doing well of late. Which matters more?
I think Amazon, I always love to agree with Pete, but there was a wonderful point brought up in terms of the management change in Microsoft. Microsoft underperformed for a decade, and then Satya came on and really retooled the company. Andy doesn't really have to do a lot of retooling with Amazon, but it's clearly underperformed. But remember, the consumer discretionary sector is skewed really by 2 stocks, Tesla, unfortunately, and Amazon. And so I think Amazon has the opportunity. I'm a little, quite frankly, worried about the bricks and mortar business, but I mean, they'll figure it out because they're one of the best companies in the world. But if you take a look at the dichotomy between both companies, Microsoft's a dividend growth company, and Amazon is putting the money back into the business. So one's capital growth, one's using they're using capital in different areas and directions, but both should be part of your portfolio.
Have a good weekend, man. Appreciate it as always. Love the conversation. We'll catch you soon. That's Brian Belsky, BMO from Minneapolis today.
Banks look good.
Josh Brown, he just added a new stock to his portfolio.
Bank of America.
He's going to
Goldman Sachs.
Tell you why he bought it, so you do not want to miss that.
Goldman Sachs.
You can always watch or listen to us live on the go on the CNBC app. We're back on the half.
All right, so we're pushing up, futures pushing up against the top of the range. Okay, 18s, thank you. VIX is dropping into the 18s. We're going to break out here. Futures, wheels up, folks. We're going to blast here. We're going to blast right here, right now. VIX is dropping hard.
EVIG, Zach Chair, speaking, Benzinger says company is not planning to do an offering. That's Robert Bravo's India Golf, hitting $2.75 at the high.
We're about to blow here, folks. VIX is dropping off.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kelly Evans, and here's your CNBC News update at this hour. Some NATO nations are suggesting troops be kept in Kabul after the August 31 withdrawal deadline. NATO Secretary Stoltenberg says more time may be needed for evacuations. On the news, Richard Engel reports on what it takes to escape Kabul. That's tonight at 7 Eastern. Anxiety about COVID in the U.S. has jumped to its highest level since winter, according to a new poll from the Associated Press.
All right, here we go. Starting to break out now. Starting to break out.
They or their families will become infected. The U.S. has extended its ban on non-essential travel at border crossings with Canada and Mexico. American border communities that rely on shoppers from those countries have urged the Biden administration to lift the ban. The restrictions will now remain in place through at least September 21st. And legendary NHL goalie Henrik Lundqvist is retiring. Did I get that right? Henrik was a 5-time All-Star during a 15-year run with the New York Rangers and is a likely Hall of Famer. He signed with the Washington Capitals this past offseason but never played after undergoing heart surgery. Scott, back to you.
You got it right. You got it right, Kelly.
Thank God.
I'm bummed too because I was hoping to see Henrik Lundqvist in a Capitals sweater, but wish him the best. All right, we teased ahead of the break that our Josh Brown has added a new stock to his portfolio. He joins us now. And Josh, you were asked specifically about this, I think, yesterday. You said you were taking a look at the Big Z, right?
Yeah, and I decided to pull the trigger today. I bought about a third of, I think, the ultimate amount that I'll have. And I don't want to give people the idea that I think Zillow has definitively bottomed. As I mentioned yesterday, I've been stalking this stock since one.
There goes futures pushing higher.
Still a falling knife and still in a very well-defined downtrend, but it's cheap enough for me at this point. This thing is in a 55% drawdown. I think it's one of the best web companies in the world, quite frankly, and I love what the strategy is transforming this company into.
I think one of our viewers asked you specifically yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Maybe what, like $100 was the line in the sand that they were sort of talking about whether it looked attractive under 100. Is that right? You recall the conversation that we had yesterday from one of our viewer questions
Yeah,
at halftime?
Zillow.
I think what's going on with Zillow is that everyone knows the real estate mania driven by a forever thing, and eventually we'll go back to trend. And that's okay. That makes sense. That's understandable. But it's also misunderstood because it's like 9 companies in one. Zillow, for
Spy
years, was
breaking out.
basically selling leads to realtors, and then they decided they want to get involved in the transaction themselves. So they're doing the mortgage business now, which is like the ultimate no-brainer. People are on the site looking for real estate. Why wouldn't they convert into lending customers? But the bigger business, and I think the business that's going to take over this whole company, so going on Zillow, putting in your address, answering a couple of questions, immediately getting an offer from Zillow. They bought 3,800 homes last quarter, which is the most ever. That business has the potential to be explosive when you consider how much people hate the process of buying a house. So they're not the only player doing it, but they are the biggest. I think they'll be the best. And that's why I want to get into the stock because of this big drawdown and what I think is a misunderstanding. It could definitely go lower. I don't want anyone to like rush in thinking I'm saying it bottomed or whatever. If it goes low, I'll be buying more. And with that, I'm going to go back on vacation. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, you go. I appreciate the fact that you came on to talk about
It's
it.
August Friday. I'm chilling. That's it for me.
Yeah, I love it. All right, I love the look. Thank you, man. Have a good weekend. We'll see you. We'll see you next week. Anytime anybody makes a move on the committee, you know we like to know about it. We want to alert our viewers anytime anybody does anything. We do have some other moves to talk about as well. Brand, you bought Freeport, which is interesting. Hit its 200-day moving average. Commodities in question of late. Why this one?
Yeah, so I think first of all, let me tell you the trade I did, and then I'll walk through why. I bought Freeport around 32, and then I like to have hedges on some of these more volatile type stocks, like Freeport. Obviously, it's with copper, and so I sold the
All right,
January.
Qs are really getting the gear up here. Qs are going.
So I collected about 6.25%.
All right, look at your FANG stocks.
For the next 5 months, and I have about 18.5% upside on the stock. So first of all, technically, Freeport has really strong support around 32, 31.50, 32.50. It also just hit its 200-day at that level. So I had been waiting patiently to get into the name. And I think that what people need to realize is it's about 33% off its May high. One of the big reasons is copper. I mean, China is about 58% of the supply of copper or demand of copper. And so when China sneezes, copper can catch the flu. And so I think with, the Chinese potential slowdown that you're seeing, copper's obviously been very levered to that. That being said, I think and this is much more known this year than last year, copper's really a green metal. And what I mean by that is I feel highly confident that governments and individuals are going to spend billions and probably trillions of dollars transitioning from fossil fuels to green energy. I mean, you look at the mineral, one of the key minerals outside of lithium, most important in that, whether it's windmills, solar panels, electric vehicles, it's copper. And so I think you're going to have more new entrants come into this sector, copper in general. But I like Freeport-McMoRan because they own the biggest copper mine in the world. So it goes well with my lithium position I have with LIT and my energy position as well.
All right, let's get to Pete. Pete, you bought calls in Alcoa. I do recall there, right? Josh Brown has been pointing to that chart, saying that one looks ready to break out. Apparently, you saw some of the same activity in it. You must have if you bought calls there. You also sold calls in Palantir, Bank of America, Macy's, Snap, Penn Gaming, and CrowdStrike. But focus on why you bought new calls in Alcoa for us.
Yeah, I've already been positioned at Freeport, and it's great to see Brennan there as well. And I like what's going on this pullback specifically in Freeport. But I look at Alcoa, and I think the same thing. And we have some great chart analysts at Market Rebellion who have been talking about this as well. And when we see the options come in to kind of give us that much more confirmation of what they're already talking about, it's an easy one for me. me to just take a shot and say, you know what, I'm going to own these calls. So I do have calls in Alcoa. I do think we're ready to see another move back up. It just was up well above 40 and then just pulled back. So I think the opportunities are there, Scott. I like what we're seeing in a lot of different material space of late. We're starting to see more and more options come into that space, and I think there's some names that really have some upside.
Just pick one of the ones that I mentioned ahead of that to talk about why. Is Palantir, B of A? I'm assuming Macy's.
Looking for S&P to break out here.
Ripping yesterday. Snap, Penn Gaming, CrowdStrike.
All right, looking for us to break above this resistance zone. All right, we're about to break above this resistance zone. Look at VWAP is rising. Price is moving away.
That overreaction because of the short, that does give you an extra spike. I think the one that was most interesting for me was Snap. How quickly Snap literally just made that quick, rapid move. They were buying calls just a couple of days ago in Snap, Scott. Stock was underneath 71, and then all of a sudden they come in and they buy gigantic numbers of options in the very short term, which most everything we've seen this year has been very, very short term. Again, this one was as well, and it already produced. So today I got out of those Snap calls.
All right, I appreciate that, Pete. Rich Saperstein has a move that you need to know about as well. We're going to do that right after the break. Plus, we'll take a look at a number of stocks hitting new highs today. A lot of ownership on the desk. We'll trade them next.
Are we up against resistance?
You added to Costco also because I was going to hit that next. That's one of the stocks that's hitting a new 52-week high today. I've had Costco now for decades. Again, here you have the same situation where you have great online, you have big box. The free cash flow yield is lower. It's 4% versus Walmart 6.5%. But these companies are all going to grow and benefit from a stronger consumer. Keep in mind, there's 8.5 million people get back to work, and we're going to still have more consumer sales and higher comps in same stores. All right, Jenny, why don't you finish this segment out for us? You got Thermo Fisher. That's hitting a new high today.
Right, so this is one of those beautiful things where we actually added it March 27th of last year when things were just terrible. And we're actually as confident in holding it now as we were then. So here you've got a company that does testing, right, that makes testing equipment. So with the emergence of the Delta variant, with maybe the permanence of COVID in our system, knowing that there's just more and more testing needed, that is nothing but good for Thermo Fisher's business in the long run. This year they're producing $22 of earnings. That's before the Delta variant. So we think that that could even grow more. By the way, that's up 13% year over year. It's just a great company, high free cash flow yield, totally solid, slightly lower than market multiple. Really confident owning it for the very long run.
Okay, thank you for that. Still ahead, Pete. He has unusual activity. He's going to bring you that. We're back in 2 minutes.
All right. Watching the markets. All right, NIMO's turned higher. NIMO had hit minus 60 and is turning higher, minus 30 now. NIMO breadth improving. Breadth's improving. You got NIMO turning higher. Was minus 60, now it's minus 31. We got futures breaking out. SPY breaking out. S&P 500 breaking out. Above 441. Yes, we can do it. Yes, we can do it.
Coming up in less than 15 minutes, the Baker Hughes U.S. rig count.
Bill Ackman, he may be pivoting on his SPAC. Our Leslie Picker following the money on that. Hey, Les.
Hey, Scott, that's right. Pershing Square Tontine in the red again today, trading below its net asset value for the second day in a row there. You can see 1981 right now. Last night, Bill Ackman penned a letter to shareholders where he noted that his SPAC's ability to consummate a merger under deadline is, quote, impaired by a lawsuit filed earlier this week. The case took aim at whether Ackman's SPAC should instead be regulated as an investment.
All right, looks like we're going to trend. Looks like we're going to get going here.
While hunting for a deal. In this recent letter, Ackman called the lawsuit meritless and shareholder destructive, but he notes that the, quote, nature of the suit and our legal system make it unlikely that it can be resolved in the short term. As such, he's focusing on an Ackman creation known as Sparks, or Special Purpose Acquisition Rights Company. Unlike a traditional SPAC, a SPARC will give investors the choice to invest in a deal after it's announced, as opposed to the reverse, as is the case with the traditional blank check model. Ackman said if the Spark vehicle is approved by the SEC and Spark warrants approved for listing on the NYSE, he'll seek shareholder approval to return the $4 billion in Tontine capital held in trust. Scott, but certainly the controversy is not over at any point for this SPAC, which we've talked about many times here on this show.
There's a retail angle here too.
Cues are going.
There has been some talk throughout this week or so
All
about
right, so
investors feeling
Apple looks good. Nvidia looks good. Back to the highs of the day. Nvidia, Coinbase. VIX is dropping off.
Came on our air and said this is the most shareholder-friendly SPAC that's ever existed, just based on the way that its compensation structure is. Now you've got a situation where they had this deal with Universal Media Group. They abandoned that. This lawsuit, this latest kind of about face looking at Sparks and potential to return all of that capital to shareholders. You look at the Reddit boards, and there are some very strong Reddit boards dedicated to this SPAC in particular, with more than 15,000 people speaking on it. And people feel a little burned at this point in time, kind of comparing it to the Titanic, a sinking ship. Get out while you can. People talking about all the money they lost on this thing. So yeah, it's definitely an angle here.
I mean, it all just happens too while there's just more scrutiny overall.
Ackman's been doing pretty good. Why are they so upset about Ackman? All right, we're pushing above this level, folks. We're pushing above 41, 44, 41. We're pushing above 41. All right, nice work, folks. I see you guys all trading nicely here.
In particular is one that could technically have been filed against any SPAC out there, because this idea that they will invest in treasuries and market funds, money market funds that hold U.S. treasuries, that's common among the entire asset class. And so the fact that this one is the largest led to some unique challenges here, especially as it pertains to finding a target to consummate a merger with.
Good stuff as always, Leslie. Thanks for following the money for us on the Halftime Report. That's Leslie Picker. We have Pete's Unusual Activity next.
All right, we're starting to go here. All right, we're getting some traction now. Getting some traction here. VIX still moving lower. Got to get VIX to drop off more. VIX is at 1850, 1847. Looking for a follow through. All right. Apple nearing the highs of the day. IBB following through. All the biotechs in the IBB. Let's go check them out real quick. IBB, the top 25 IBB. All right, it's the top 25, top 30, ranked by performance. BNTX. BNTX bouncing at that 50% Fibonacci. Novavax looking for that to take off and break higher towards 270 next week.
Alrighty, I'm going to start off with Activision, Scott. Now, this is a stock that you go back to February, it was a $104 stock. Today, it was trading closer to $83, and obviously stay-at-home stock that a lot of people were talking about last year during the midst of the pandemic. But we did have some huge buying come in. As a matter of fact, September 3rd expiring, the 87 strike call. Stock was trading, as I say, right around 83, maybe a little bit higher. They bought 10,000 of these calls, Scott, about 55 cents all the way up to about 75 cents. I'm in these calls. I like when I see something like this. It makes a little sense to me that maybe we'd get a little bounce back as we are starting to feel a little bit more about the Delta variant. So
All right, VIX looks like it's going to roll over more. VIX about to drop some more.
Excited about it. It's the FXI. Now it's China large cap, but I've been watching this and we've all seen it. It's gone from 54 all the way down. Now it's trading right on the lows, and maybe that's part of the thinking here is that we can at some point start to see a little bit of a bounce. But we have some huge call buying in here in this FXI. We've got 20,000 of the September 39 calls, Scott. They paid about $1.20 for these calls. They also bought other calls as well, looking for some upside, the 40 and a half calls. So we are seeing some activity here, looking for some kind of a bounce maybe in the FXI. I'm in these calls. I don't necessarily believe in this move, but after the move from 54 down to this level, I think it does make some sense that maybe there's a little bit of a bounce back.
Yeah, I'm not interested in playing that. IBB, all right, nice bounce at the 50-day. IBB is at the high of the day. Alpha Protec up 2.8%. That's the biggest move, bullish move in a while. Alpha Protec, it's been consolidating right around $8 per share. Ethereum, back to VWAP, looking for a follow through there. All right, SPY just grinding along. VIX is just grinding lower. VIX grinding 1843. You imagine if this drops in the 17 handle, SPY and the futures are going to explode, or vice versa. If SPY explodes, VIX will move lower. Chicken or the egg. All right, we're over 3-to-1 up by him now. Over 3-to-1. You're welcome, Giannis. We're greater than 3-to-1. All right, so up volume is surging. All right, on the breakout, volume is increasing. Okay, up volume continues to lift. We're looking for a follow through. Up volume is lifting. That's bullish for equities. Tick cumulative is confirming, and up volume market internals look good. Good. Okay, NVIDIA is trying to go take out the high of the day at 206 and change. IBB at the highs.
Missed the show? Don't sweat it. The Halftime Report now has a podcast. Market moving interviews, call of the day, unusual activity, and of course, Ask Halftime. Look for us on Apple Podcasts or your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Fast Money Podcast.
All right. Frano, thank you for saying that. I appreciate the kind words. I'm just watching price and money flow. That's all I'm doing. I'm looking at 6 different screens, and when they tell me where they're going, I alert you next. So I appreciate it, though. It's nice, kind words. Biotech's looking good. We're clearly seeing biotechs and Bitcoin stocks doing quite well today. So, especially Bitcoin, I really like what Bitcoin is saying. We have, I like to buy the dips. I like to buy the dips in biotechs or anything. With this moving through 48,000, 50,000 is next. All right, so we got resistance overhead. Resistance overhead, biotechs. Um, looks good.
A reminder, tune in tonight at 6 p.m., a special edition of Fast Money focusing on the next generation of innovation, disruption, and the technology that will impact your money, health, entertainment, transportation, and much more. The next is live tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern, right here on CNBC. All right, Bryn, you got the first final trade for us on this Friday. Start us off.
LIT, it is a global lithium ETF. It's a full vertical of lithium from mining, refining, and battery production.
Okay. Jenny, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
SL Green is the owner of Class A New York City office space. Space has had its lights knocked out, but people have been worrying about returning to office. Meanwhile, you get a 5.2% yield while you wait for the city to get its mojo back, which it will.
All right. Good stuff. Rich Saperstein. Salesforce is the dominant contact management software provider, growing at 25% a year, 94% subscription and repeat revenues. Okay? All right, Pete?
Just a little bit ago, I saw some very active buying in Hilton hotels. Out to
Okay, Pete, pumping. There you go. Cool. Cool. Got the pump from Pete. Awesome.
And thank you very much, Scott. Hi, everybody. And here's what's ahead this hour. From In Fed We Trust to Behind the Curve to Fear of the Taper, it's been an emotional ride for investors as they try to decipher if the Fed's potential September taper is the
All right, so we've got Bitcoin. You got 2 bullish white soldiers. Can we get a white soldier to push us into 50,000 next week? That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. All right, whatever. Let's see what they talk about. Sometimes they talk about some good stuff.
So should investors start thinking about the never return to office plays? We'll dig into that. But first, let's get a look at these markets, and I will take you there once again today. The Dow is up 238 points right now, so pretty decent rally across the board. 2% for the Dow, 0.75% for the S&P.
There it is.
We're trying to end on a high week after a choppy couple of sessions. We're still on pace to end the week in the red. The worst weekly drop in about a month is what we're pacing for right now. So again, this is kind of the uplift trying to stem the losses that we've seen Monday through Friday so far. Crypto is also in the green today with Bitcoin and Ethereum seeing a nice pump. Bitcoin inching back up towards the 50K level, 4.5% gain. Ether around 3,200. Back in the markets, industrials are trailing with Deere among the worst performers in the S&P despite a beat
Bitcoin looking good.
Its forecast tells you the difficult sort of sector environment that we're in. Deer's down about 2.5%. Speaking of which, crude is also on pace for its seventh straight drop. It's hitting its lowest level since May. We're all the way back to 62. Remember when Pippa yesterday told us we were up at 77? Just what, last month, a 1.5% drop. Once again, this could be crude's worst week since last October. And shares of Target and RH are moving higher as Cowen names both retailers top picks, saying they'll
Nvidia going.
from remote and hybrid work. So even the names rising today are sort of a pandemic play. Target up more than 3%.
Nvidia, goodbye.
So as we retrace the week,
Nvidia, goodbye.
started off with news that the Fed was likely on course to announce tapering.
All right, that should, along with others, should help the Qs, the FANG stocks.
Different story as we moved through the week and the data started getting worse. Retail sales missed, home builder sentiment and housing starts dropped. The Philly Fed index was weak. The Empire State came in shy. Still, the Hawks
VIX rolling over here. VIX rolling over.
out on, I believe, Thursday, maybe Wednesday. The days are getting confused, saying there are too many risks from going too slow on tightening. His hawkish message again. Maybe we saw some choppiness here on Thursday, but look at the markets today, shaking it off and then moving back to the upside. So, is Bullard right? And what's the message for investors here? Jason Brady is the president and CEO of Thornburg Investment Management. Jason, it's good to have you. And should investors be positioning for the taper? And if so, does that mean continued difficult investing in things
I think everybody's been already positioning for the taper, young lady. Young lady.
Look, I think you've hit the nail on the head in the context of what's been driving markets, which is really, with fear of a Fed tapering. In 2013, we saw this play out, and we
All right, BT.
Powell's clean shaven, so I think it's going to be a little bit less worrisome for investors. As you point out, what the Fed should do and what they will do might be different for a lot of investors. But I do think the Fed will taper. There will be volatility, but ultimately, remember, they're tapering because the market and the economy are improving. And though the data was a little less good recently, it was really more that its rate of improvement was slowing versus, in fact, that things were getting much worse.
So let's just focus on investors here for a moment because, again, the taper plays should be the kind of plays that suggest handoff from Fed-supported economy to one with its own momentum. And the whole point was to be in the reopening plays, the value plays, the banks, the rising interest rates. None of those trades are working. They haven't been working all summer. They really kind of peaked in late spring. So what do you say to somebody who might be overweight the banks right now, or energy, obviously?
VIX hanging out at the lows, stopped its decline for the time being.
So obviously, each individual name is different and the sectors are different.
Big reversal on the VIX. VIX is down 14, almost 15% on the day. Wow, that's a pretty big drop.
I think what you just saw really was the stocks get ahead of themselves a little bit, but ultimately there's significant value in those names as
VIX at the low here. I'm going to watch VIX for a few minutes to see how this is going. VIX.
So if you hold, and I see that you like JP Morgan, for example, I can see is if the Fed delays the taper for being in the financials or for being long bonds, whatever. I'm sure you must feel differently. What do you think are the catalysts for these trades to really start clicking again?
Sure. So there's a few fundamental elements, and then there's obviously sort of how people feel about the sector. Fundamental elements are really just the credit quality of the folks that JP Morgan is.
All right, we got the VIX dropping off here. If the VIX drops off, look for SPY and the S&P at the pop.
I think when you think about how financials can work more generally, what you think about is a steepening curve. Remember, the Fed is not talking about, or maybe even talking about raising rates. And in fact, I think that there's significant concern about when they might ever do that. Whereas tapering is a different conversation. I think the Fed is getting into the conversation of, hey, why are we continuing to buy MBS when the housing market's super hot? Ultimately, the Fed will work with macroprudential legislation, especially with Lael Brainerd, if she's in fact head of the Fed, versus higher rates.
I mean, they always go into these crises saying, bond purchases are meant to support the economy and ease financial conditions, but they try to exit it going, no, don't worry about the bonds. That's not related. And it's like, well, okay, but tightening financial conditions are tightening conditions. Speaking of the Fed, one final quick thing I want to sneak in here. There's been a lot of speculation about whether Jackson Hole will be a non-event because Powell's going to be there virtually. I don't pretend to know like Steve Leisman would know the real mechanics of what's going on there.
I would scale into it. You know, seeing the signal for Lee Star's signal. Let's go to the SPY, the slow-mo trade. If you're listening, Lee Star, I think you're listening. Looking at the slow-mo trade coming back through. Looks good for next week.
All right, Jason, thank you. You're the sort of one-man cabinet today. We really appreciate your point of view trying to explain these markets. It's good to have you. Jason Brady with Thornburg Management. Meanwhile, the SEC is warming up to a Bitcoin ETF, and the battle is well underway to see who will become the first money manager to get theirs out the door. Bob Bassani is here with the latest. Bob?
You know, Kelly, here's the problem. Everybody thought that Gary Gensler was going to be the golden boy for Bitcoin and Bitcoin ETFs. I mean, he taught crypto at MIT, therefore he gets it, right? Therefore he's going to approve of Bitcoin. Turns out, no. What Gensler has done is very clever and very intelligent. First, he has
WWE
said,
spiking.
I am in favor of financial innovation, and he's been very bullish on that.
All right, VIX need that to drop off. All right, so the slow-mo trade looks really good there, Lee Star. Slow-mo trade looks good.
Protect them from fraud and misrepresentation. And the crypto exchanges, there's been a lot of problems with that. So Gensler has come out very cleverly and said, yes, financial innovation. However, I have no control over the regulatory structure of these crypto exchanges. I need that. And he's basically gone to Congress and said, will you clarify this for me? Will you help me out, either with legislation or clarification or an understanding? Now, he's also gone a little further. He said, and implied that he would look favorably upon a Bitcoin futures ETF. What's the difference? A Bitcoin futures ETF is not based on Bitcoin, it's based on Bitcoin futures. Yes, there is a relationship, but Bitcoin futures are a regulated market. Bitcoin and the way they would set it up in an ETF would imply that he would have to approve something that is actually traded in unregulated markets. And that's
Coinbase about to blow here. Coinbase about to blow.
we're not going to apply for a Bitcoin ETF. We should be applying for a Bitcoin futures ETF. And they're all scrambling to do that. The problem, Kelly, is very simple. The Bitcoin community and the ETF community believe that futures are sort of an inferior product compared to owning the actual product itself. And it is because of the costs involved.
And it's also not pure accumulation of Bitcoin, which you could argue an ETF isn't either, Bob. But then others say it's a more efficient way to do so because there's a lot of fees associated with trying to accumulate Bitcoin.
Yeah. Look, the whole idea makes a lot of sense. I mean, think of the gold model. In gold, you had to own physical gold. It was a problem. Gold ETF actually figured out the problem. There are vaults in London where they hold gold for you. They charge you a fee, 30, 40 basis points, 50 basis points for holding the gold in London. And you have the GLD, a gold ETF, something like that. And that solved a lot of the problem. This Bitcoin would be a similar structure. Who wants to own Bitcoin in an exchange where you can get stolen, for example, or something can happen or you forget the password? You've got the thing right there. But you do have significant roll costs associated with those futures contracts, and that's why the community doesn't like it. They saw what happened with the oil futures contracts last year, Kelly, and that had left a very bad taste in people's mouths.
It's a very interesting choice by the SEC here. Bob, we appreciate all your reporting on it. Thanks.
Okay.
Bob Bassani. Coming up, China cracking down on its tech industry, imposing one of the world's strictest data privacy laws. Maybe great for consumers, but what happens to the companies now? We'll look at the fallout and what it means for the American names doing business there. Plus, are we setting up for a work-from-home forever world? And if so, what stocks are set to benefit? And here's a look at this week's biggest decliners on the Dow: Boeing, Chevron, and Caterpillar. We're back in a moment.
All right, so Zoom is moving higher. So if we are in this kind of work from home forever market, Zoom, DocuSign, I'm not seeing it just yet. I'm not seeing it. All right, SPY, looking for a breakout here. SPY looking for the breakout, S&P. So we were just looking at the slow-mo trade. All right, S&P 500, slow-mo. Yeah, looking really good here. Let me just beef the line up here a little bit.
naming a new chief operating officer in the November Gulf.
All right. So it's looking pretty good for next week, actually. Yeah, to top it off, Captain, you have OPEX. If it were a weekly OPEX, it'd be one thing, but it's a monthly OPEX. So we don't know what the hedges, 37% of SPY options expiring today. What's that mean for hedges next Monday? On Monday, we'll know what dealers have to do. Once we know what they have to do, once we know what they have to do, we'll know better on Monday. So it's a monthly OPEX. Plus we got seasonality. Plus we got Jackson Hole. There's just too many unknowns. Unknowns. So I would wait. We're looking for an edge.
Overseas. Now, separately, the cyber watchdog unveiled a tighter data collection for the car industry, again, requiring approval to transfer data abroad. Now, in addition to data privacy, the Chinese lawmakers here discussed expanding the country's anti-sanctions law to Hong Kong and Macau. But in a surprise move, Beijing decided to delay.
Yeah, feel better. Feel better, Brian.
Now, it's interesting because this law would have allowed Beijing to potentially punish companies with operations in Hong Kong and Macau if those companies are to abide by U.S.
All right, VIX about to roll over here. Let's see what VIX looks like on this.
Interesting. So they delayed that piece. I mean, that's a whole,
Interesting. All right.
That was very, very good to know. On the flip side, going back to what's happening with Chinese data protection units, a lot of people have pointed out how swiftly Chinese tech giants have fallen from the ranks of top 10 internet companies in the world and that kind of thing. Is China just betting that in the long run these valuations and their growth will eventually recover? Well, yeah, actually, they are. In fact, state media today, a very influential economic journal, had that exact point as one of their headlines. They were saying in a commentary that this is short-term fluctuations for longer-term gains, and that the main point of what the government is doing is really trying to make sure that the economy, that the internet standards and data privacy and all of the regulations are up to snuff to make sure that it's a healthier environment for companies overall. So that is what the government says, but there are a lot of companies that are scratching their heads because they do understand that they're getting battered. Yes, they are. Their shares as well, the investors included. Eunice, thank you very, very much. We always appreciate you staying up for us. Eunice Yoon over in China. So So is this new law providing more clarity or less?
Novavax looks like it's going for the high of the day. All right, pretty much everything is working today. Novavax, BNTX, IBB, Coinbase. We got Nvidia working. Apple's back up towards the highs. VIX starting to turn. VIX is starting to turn. Maybe it starts to squash the party. Futures still hanging at the highs.
Hi, Kelly. Thanks for having me. Look, I think we are getting a lot more of a picture of what has upset or at least concerned the central government, the CCP.
All right. All right, pushing higher. Novavax about to take out the high of the day. All right, VIX watching. Come on, VIX, roll over in another bear flag. Help us out. Push everything to the highs so we can exit some of these positions into the weekend. I would prefer to exit some of these positions into the weekend for what it's worth. Okay, I'm just watching. What's going on here? I'm just watching. This is SPY. S&P 500. Okay, Renko hasn't changed. Renko has not changed. We had one red brick, so that's a warning, if you will. That's one of the other things, Captain, that I saw. We had a red brick on Renko, so you want to be cautious when you see a red brick on Renko. Doesn't mean it can't put in another higher low, but this 445 is the most recent white brick high, and we got a red brick, so that's something to pay attention to. All right, and if we go to an ATR version, we're still on white bricks. So I have the two versions because sometimes I get signals, and I'll confirm the two. All right, so that looks good. We're on a white brick on the ATR version. On the previous version, this is set to 2.5. In other words, 2.5 points on SPY. in either direction. A close will give me a signal. So you can see we're up 356 right now. 356 would give me another white brick by the close. So this is all about the close. That's why the site is called theclosingprint.com. Watch IBB here. IBB trying to push higher. Beautiful looking candle today. If we get a follow through on Monday, that would be excellent. One day is not enough for me. You can see how one day on Tuesday wasn't enough. We had a reversal on Wednesday. So we need to see 2 bullish days. That's telling me that the one day that got my attention, like today, would love to see above average volume, needs to see a follow through. All right, let's go back and look at the FANG, the biotechs. Let's see, rank these again by performance today. All right, so BNTX is doing the best. All right, BNTX, the best so far, but you know, there's still a possibility with 50% retracement. There's nothing that says we can't go to 618 or the 50-day. So keep that in mind if you're scaling into some of these biotechs. We need to see a bullish day on Monday. If you're bullish, we need another bullish day back above the 90 EMA. If you're bearish, you want to see this fail on Monday. So bullish above this level, bearish below. Okay. I don't know which direction it's going to go. I have a sense that it's going to move higher because everything else is moving higher. Like Novavax. Novavax at the highs of the day, trading at the highs of the day. Very little wick on the top of this candle. Novavax. All right, we're continue to push away from VWAP. This is what you want to look for. If you're a day trader, you want to see a sloping VWAP, whether it's up or down, it doesn't matter. You don't want a flat VWAP. You want an upward sloping VWAP. Okay, look at Tilray. Example. People get all excited. Tilray pops up a little bit, but then VWAP flattens out. Not only that, is VWAP flat and telling you that there's no momentum in it. You definitely want to do not want to trade options on a stock that has a flat VWAP. But look at the daily too. It's below the 921 and 50 day. Why do you want to trade this? You don't. You don't want to trade this. Believe me. You're better off trading a stock that's showing a lot of moxie or is moving higher. All right, VIX is trying to push back up towards 19 right here. It's been moving sideways. Big 15% down day. All right. I'm just going to round it down to 15%. That sounds better than 14.5. 15% down day. Wow, that's pretty significant. We're sitting at the moving averages of 50 days right there. Okay, so if you look at the VIX real close, you can see a range, right? So you got range highs and range lows. Whenever we get to the range highs, we pull back. When we get to the range lows, I don't see us getting down there. So I'm going to pull this up to around 15. That seems to be where we bounce most of the time or close above. Even when we have these hammers, we bounce back up. 15 seems to be a level. And these levels overhead, you got a body over here. You got pivots over there on the left. You got these pivots, these pivot highs. This looks like it could follow through into next week. I want to find Monday with a follow through. And we'll go from there. Big spike on the VIX. Spike on the VIX. VIX with a spike. All right, so still not seeing much activity. You got more SPY puts. One order Got a few blocks today. 1 million share print at 439.82. That was somebody covering first thing this morning, 439. Also the close,
NBAX Novavax spokesperson
Thursday close.
confident in late September, early October timeline for EU data submission, seeing now some full activity in Novavax November Victor Alpha X-ray.
NVIDIA double top on the 5-minute, back up to the highs. Novavax, EU expects key data on Novavax vaccine around October. In what could be another delay for U.S. biotech firm, Novavax signed a deal with the EU this month to supply up to 200 million doses and said it would complete the submission of data to the European Medicines Agency for the vaccine's approval in Europe as early as the end of September, though we expect data around October, but we're not sure about the precise timing. All right, so Novavax could be more bullish in that release. That was 1:26 p.m., just a couple of minutes ago. All right, Novavax. Let's see if I don't think anybody that's looking for the breakout is going to sell on that news. We'll see. Novavax, just a couple of minutes ago. Further delays. Novavax. Two minutes ago. Not a reason to sell, I don't think, unless it starts to sell off. All right, SPY and the Q's just hanging in here.
Comments from President Biden coming up, scheduled for 1 p.m.
Biden to talk at 1.
U.S. Appeals Court panel rejects bid to halt CDC eviction moratorium.
Ionis, high of the day. Ionis Pharma at the high of the day. I know Anton is trading this one, IONS. All right, looking for this thing to break out of this base. It's just making this rounding bottom. Okay, so need a little bit more time on this one. Could go. Watching the VIX. Just need one more pop. Need one more pop.
Portnoy tweeting New Jersey Barstool Sportsbook coming to New Jersey next week.
All right, VIX, roll over. Just die already. All right, VIX has been, is I can't really be too upset because VIX. I'm being sarcastic. I can't really be too hard on the VIX. The VIX has come down 15% today. You know, lower highs, lower lows. Looking for one more break downside so we can get out of some of these calls or maybe roll some up. If you still have the 443s from earlier in the week and you decided to trail some, I'm looking for a pop, maybe the 444 to take some off, maybe roll some out to Monday. I was just talking to Captain about all the things that could happen on Monday. You know, we don't know what the dealer is going to have to do. We got 37% of the options, SPY options expiring today for the month. So on Monday, we should see dealers unwinding those hedges, the hedges that they have on. So sometimes the hedges lead to a fade in the morning. Sometimes the hedges lead to some buying activity on Monday. So we don't know which direction they're going to go, or it could just be a fizzle. So swinging calls into next week, a little bit more problematic. You're taking a little bit more of a risk. So I would take any kind of pop. If we get any kind of pop here in the SPY, I would take some off. Looking for VIX to drop off here. All right, so I don't know. We come off 15%, so a bounce would make some sense. Tick cumulative is green. Tick. Mine is green. VIX. 1861. I got the same level on VIX. Mine is working. Mine looks like it's working. Tick cumulative, I got it set to the 5-minute. I just got what looks like a little crossover. All right, Novavax pulling back a little bit. Ionis continues to push higher. All right, SPY in the queue starting to roll over, folks. Starting to roll over. Adjust your positions accordingly. Starting to roll over a bit. Wouldn't be surprised to see VIX pop back into this zone. There goes VIX right now. Bitcoin and Coinbase blockchain stocks still holding up fairly well. All right, the All right, watching. All right, VIX starting to turn. All right, so I'm looking for a lower high. Plenty of time left in the day. Looking for a lower high. All right, Novavax selling off here. Novavax selling. Watch Novavax. All right, I'm going to lift my bid. Pull it back a little bit. Novavax selling a bit. All right, Novavax, NVAX. All right, so we're right back down to the 21 day. Just below us. Come on, VIX, roll over. Looking for a lower high, a higher low on SPY. Looking for a lower high. You know what, let's look at a few things here. Let's see what breadth looks like on a couple of different measurements. Okay, you see the 50-day is starting to flatten out on the NYSE. Momentum is starting to cross. So that's setting up for September. I would hold on to hedges, try to eliminate some risk. We got day 2, day 3 inside of New York's advanced decline is in the area, the green area. That should be red. So the breadth there, it should change to red. All right, so we were briefly below the zero line on the number of new highs versus new lows. Today we have 121 new highs, so we got 121 stocks bouncing on the NYSE, making a new high. Advanced declines turning up, and we got 3, 4 red elder sticks back to the moving average inside of this range, if you will. Could be a left shoulder head and shoulders top. That's always a possibility. Going in September, I would be reducing the exposure.
REKR Recourse System, September $10 call sweep now, Romeo Echo Kilo Romeo.
Tesla's up 4, squeezing on the 5-minute. Tesla, EMD, pull back from the highs. All right, everything is kind of taking a breather. It's a Friday. All right, VIX, need to see you roll over, VIX. Okay, the number of stocks on bullish point and figure buy signals still had pulled back. So the pullback is not occurring way up here in the red zone. All right, so whenever we start to pull back, we're in the red zone, I'm more concerned than if we came off of an extreme in terms of the number of bullish point and figure buy signals as this dropped to the low on July 19th. This is actually more bullish, as you can see. So I'm looking for a pivot and a move higher next week. That seems to be what we're pointing to as we're starting to bounce. You can see yesterday's low versus today's low. We're up here, this tick on the right here. So pivot. So what would make me think that the pivot could last? Let's go take a look at VIX VXV. We had a signal on VIX. VIX VXV yesterday was up here. We tend to see short-term bottoms when we hit these, the one level. We have 1.02. We see that bounce here. Okay. So we got a bounce there, number 11 near the 50-day. So that gives us a little bit more confidence. A little bit more confidence that we could follow through, given VIX. All right, so we got that little move there, number 11. All right. SPY and the Qs, can we see a higher low? Get a lot of bears to bite. I would say this is neutral to bullish for a follow through on Monday. All right, let's look at the S&P Equal Weight Index. First, we'll look at growth. You can see growth is outperforming. Microsoft and others doing quite well today. A little bounce. Novavax drifting a bit lower. It's $6 off the high, $5 off the high, $6 off the high. Okay. All right, so both groups are rallying. Both growth and cyclicals getting bought today. So that's not telling me the markets are going to roll over. That doesn't say markets roll over. Okay. We also came back, pullback to breakout. Pretty decent pattern when you see a pullback to breakout. Comes back and tests the breakout zone.
Sorrento Therapeutics seeing 1,600 contracts. The September $9 call sweep now. Sandy Romeo November Echo. Sorrento Therapeutics.
Okay, so we're bouncing there. And yesterday I told you that if we get these two to reverse, all right, so today is day one. So we want to see tomorrow or Monday, unless you're trading on Saturday. Do you guys trade on Saturday? All right, so we're looking for this to turn. All right, so we got a signal. We just need confirmation on Monday. Okay, this is pretty reliable for the record. Less reliable going into September, but still got to consider it's firing. So could always fail. CCI could drop one more time. We have any instances of that recently? Well, kind of like that right there. But we got higher lows. The number of stocks trading above the 50-day is still making higher highs and higher lows. A turn here with CCI continuing next week would be bullish. Vertical lines in the past, these have been triggers. You can see how these just keep going in each case. We got a bounce. We got a hammer yesterday, close to a hammer yesterday. All right, so that looks okay. Caveat being a Monday, and VIX is still pushing higher off the lows here. All right, so VIX is still drifting higher. So it looks like VIX was a bit too oversold. It was off 15% at one point. So it looks like that's enough of a discount for somebody buying calls, VIX calls. Kind of a flat, after this morning, it's sort of a flat day in the afternoon, not giving much signal. Oh, there goes Nvidia. Nvidia about to go. Watch Nvidia here. Nvidia. Here we go, Nvidia. Nvidia might leg higher. Watch Nvidia. Nvidia here. Did I say it enough times? Nvidia. Netflix with a diamond pattern. I like it. Netflix, I like it. Netflix had a very nice pattern yesterday. I agree. Leestar, yesterday, nice. Look at the follow through on Netflix. Netflix too. Nvidia about to go. All right, SPY pulling back a bit. Futures pulling back. All right, so we know what the range was on the S&P. 44.31 and 44.41. All right, so we weren't able to get above 44.41 so far. Okay, so 44.41 was the upper level. Okay, so we still have a chance to make a higher low and then, push higher. But right now we're fading. S&P is fading right now at resistance, while VIX pushes a bit higher. Zillow pushing the high of the day. I like Josser's call there, Zillow. Nvidia new high of the day. Nvidia new high. Nvidia going for a new high of the day. Check out Nvidia. Nvidia. Okay, higher lows, higher highs. ABCD.
President Biden speaking now.
All right, we got Biden speaking.
Biden says U.S. has nearly 6,000 troops in Afghanistan.
All right, here's a strategy for you on Hilton. If you're looking at Hilton, here's a strategy for you. All right, the strategy goes like this. Whenever you have a flat 200 day, see the flat 50 day? You got a flat 50 day? Let's see.
About 13,000 from Afghanistan since August 14th, plus others on charter flights.
All right, so it's really the flat it's supposed to be a flat 200-day, but I guess we can apply the flat 50-day. What you're looking for is moves from the upper band to the lower band, upper band to the lower band, etc. So this one is the lower band. I would say that this is probably headed for the upper band. Just give yourself enough time. Okay, give yourself enough time. Hilton, earlier that was the number one. That was the number one traded option today. Hilton and Microsoft. Hilton and Microsoft were the top dogs today.
Biden says the U.S. is working to verify how many U.S. citizens remain in Afghanistan.
They don't know? That's not good. Mm-hmm. All right, so Marriott bouncing too.
Biden says he cannot promise what final outcome will be in Afghanistan. HYZN highs on Motors, October $10 call sweep again. Hotel Yankee Zulu November. Biden says U.S. is in constant contact with the Taliban amid evacuations, keeping a close watch on any potential terror attacks at or near Kabul airport.
VIX back to 19.
It's 2 o'clock.
All right, got 2 hours. Depends on what they do now. All depends on what they do next. All right, watch the VIX. Watch the VIX to drop off here, get everybody short, and then turn it around and blast it higher. Okay, I'm not seeing a reason to think that the markets are going to test the 50-day or come back to the 21-day or give back a lot of these gains. So far, I don't see it. I'm just looking at the indicators. VIX, VIX was down 15%, so it makes sense to see a bounce. Some people are looking for another bounce. After being down 15%, you would think it would mean revert a little bit on the daily. I mean, if you look at the daily, that's a pretty big drop. And the 50-day is right there, the middle of that price action. Okay, the highs to the lows. 26 down to 15. All right, so we're right in the middle. So it could go either way. Hopefully it doesn't say anything to, Biden doesn't say anything to, that the algos can play on. Right now it seems like algos are playing on the positives of his message. All right, VIX, watching the VIX. All right, so lower highs. Yes, no, lower highs. We'll see. We'll see. All right, futures pushing higher. VIX dropping off. VIX dropping off. All right, VIX is dropping off. All right, we're just banging around. We're making a higher low inside of this support resistance zone. We made it through 44.31. Now we're at 41 as the next resistance. We traded as high as 42, looking for a push through this level and VIX to drop off. Nvidia going. NVIDIA. Hey, Foxy lady. You gonna stay pick up Felicia or what? Okay. You want to go get something to eat with the kids later? Yeah, we could go to the beach. All right, let's touch base. Let's touch base after 4. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So I got my plans for this evening. Let's see what the markets do here. Biden's still talking. I thought I had myself on mute. Sorry, that conversation. I thought we were on mute. My apologies. Just chatting with the wife. She's going to pick up the kids. All right. VIX trailing off here. Getting a lot of bears offsides. 5-yard penalty. Bears offsides, 5-yard penalty. All right, here we go. All right, so what they do after 2 o'clock? What they do after 2 o'clock? What they do after 2 o'clock many times is the trend. All right, for the rest of the evening. All right, so right now it looks like they're fading VIX. NVIDIA is blasting higher. Falcon 9. There goes Falcon 9. NVIDIA's going. Nice. NVIDIA's going. ABCD pattern. VIX dropping off. NVIDIA going. Nice. ABCD pattern cues. ABCD pattern cues. There goes NVIDIA. There goes NVIDIA. All right, looks good. All right, trying to push a bit higher, NVIDIA. There goes NVIDIA. Nice volume coming in to, look at the volume here on NVIDIA. Look at that volume. All right. Biden still talking? Hilton still looking very good at the highs. Hilton at the highs. NVIDIA looking good. Higher lows on the S&P 500. Next level resistance stopped us last time. 441 was the level to stop us last time. We did briefly move one handle above that level. So we're watching that closely. Zillow about to break out. Zillow about to break out new highs, ABCD. Tesla looking for a follow through. All right, SPY is fading a bit. We're in between this range of 31 and 41, 44.31, 44.41. Looks like they're pinning it in this area for now. VIX bouncing again. VIX bouncing again. All right, VIX popping back up. SPY coming back in now. All right, just like that, coming back in. Looks like they're going to pin it right in this area. Novavax initially sold some sell-off there, and then buyers came in. That's a nice little change in direction. DraftKings trying to break out. DraftKings. All right, low tick alert. Tesla, trying to push a bit higher here, Tesla. They're definitely shaking things up in here. They're shaking things up. Look for the Qs. It looks like the Qs want to outperform. Qs look like they want to outperform. So far, it looks like the Qs. Tesla. Yeah, back when we first started the site, NVIDIA was one of our first watch list candidates, and we had a buy at 33.55. March of 2016, when we first started up the blog and site. Looking really good, NVIDIA. Looking for a follow through. VIX still hanging in there. VIX hanging tough. So all right, the Qs are just stalled, just sitting here. VIX still hanging out at the highs. SPY stalling at this point. In between those two areas, 44.31 and 41. Bouncing around the Bollinger Bands. RSI drifting a bit lower. MACD drifting lower. Tick cumulative is flat now. Up volume still leading. Was 3-1. All right, VIX is still hanging tough. Roku's managed to hold on to some gains today. Still looks pretty shaky below the 200-day. Needs the base in that area. Push back above the 200-day in the next couple of weeks after basing, maybe. Tesla, tight Bollinger Bands trying to push a bit higher. Looks like they're going to pin it in this area. 441, 4441 held as resistance for this OPEX so far. VIX is back up to 19. Yeah, markets, everything is just kind of choppy right now. I'm looking at going through charts in the middle of its range. Most of them near VWAP, no follow through. Tesla's trying to push back. A lot of flat VWAP conditions. Really no reason for, I don't know, for institutions to buy up here. We got a nice bounce today and yesterday, but we're coming into a seasonally weak part of the year. You would think that the institutions would like to get a better, the ones that have missed this move would want to get a better pullback for a better entry. That's my sense right now. So I'd probably hold on to hedges going into next week. If you have profits on calls, keep an eye on the markets. I don't know how much more we're going to get out of this. So, watching NVIDIA at the highs. Other than that, there's not a whole lot going on. All right, Tesla trying to push higher. Stocks are just choppy, above or below, flat VWAP. Snowflake had a nice bounce. Snowflake. Still down 15 on the day, but it's got a hammer, so it's showing you there are some buyers there. We've got an hour and 35 minutes to go. An hour and 25 minutes to go for the regular session, so maybe we get a little bounce out of this. Yeah, I don't see much of a reason for the institutions to come in. I would think they would want want that 50-day. 50-day keeps looming in the back of my mind, looming back there. I don't know what's back there, but it's back there looming. That, institutions would rather a pullback to the 50-day. September, we still may get it. We've come close to the 50-day as of Thursday. The Thursday low came close. That was the 11th time that we've come back towards the 50-day and bounced since May of 2020. 11 times, and we're still going higher. Now, there's the other side of the coin, which Mondo had alluded to and we've been talking about. There's so much money sloshing around out there, so much liquidity. The Fed has printed so much, and the Congress has given out so much money, and that's still out there. M1, M2 is money supply is still way up there at the highs. So it's going to take time for that money to filter. A lot of it's going to filter into the markets. So there's the caveat. And let's see, some of the other things like junk bonds, what do they look like today? Junk bonds would normally give us a risk on, risk off signal. So this is giving a risk on. Junk bonds are giving us a risk on bounce. So this is in favor of the bulls, folks. Unless we get rejected at the 50-day overhead. Let's see what the weekly looks like. Weekly junk bonds. All right, so junk bonds, bonds. The 10-year yield in a tight range. Not really going anywhere. Junk bonds. We want to look at all four of these indicators, okay? So IBB, biotechs are looking pretty good. That's the green. USO, crude oil is the blue. That's moving lower. So we've got 3 of 4 of our bullish indicators or our risk on indicators turning higher. Crude oil is pulling back, so crude oil taking a little breather. USO, crude oil. All right, that's probably a lot of people are talking about the fact that the crude oil weakness has to do with less travel, fewer travelers, less oil being consumed. So the 10-year yield not moving very much, 10-year. So if it starts to move higher, we got a decent little pop today, so that's good for the banks. The banks did well today. Bank of America bouncing at the 50-day. Still not comfortable. I want to see a bullish candle on Monday. Goldman Sachs at the 21-day. Morgan Stanley, which was one of my favorites, that's pulled back to the 21-day. A bullish day on Monday would probably be accompanied by a follow-through on the 10-year yield, so we'll watch for that. Wells Fargo. Okay, so the banks look okay. Wells Fargo looked the best, along with Morgan Stanley for the longest time. All right, we see who the losers are today. Chips, Amgen, 3M, and industrial. We wanted the industrials to break out this week. If you remember the weekend video, we were looking for the industrials to break out this week. They did not. We were looking very, very close to a breakout. We were also looking for transports to break out, but we had weakness in airlines. JB Hunt, JBHT. All right, so that's looking okay. JB Hunt. Let's look at Saya. That looks pretty good. Saya. What about CSX rails? All right, they look okay. Norfolk Southern. All right, that looks okay. Okay, just okay. What about shippers? A lot of these look like penny stocks. Ship. DSX. Diana Shipping. Flat. All right, what's the Baltic Dry Index look like? BDI, Baltic Dry Index. Shipments, that looks pretty bullish. So bulk shipping, truckers, and rails look okay. Airlines, not so much. All right, so the Baltic Dry Index, bullish. Looks like a big cup, right? Big cup. What about commodities? CRB index. All right, let's see what that looks like. CRB index pulling back, so economic improvement, you need to see CRB index and copper moving higher. The dollar's moving higher, so that's pulling back some of those. You can see a descending pattern on copper, or watching the SPY and the Qs. Descending pattern on copper. This is a leading indicator, so you want to see this moving higher over time. It is, but it's consolidating right now. Descending pattern, which is still bullish, as long as it doesn't break down sharply and take back more than like 50% of this move. If that does move lower, we also want to keep an eye on the builders, which are bouncing, NAIL, N-A-I-L, and XHB, another industrial group, consumer discretionary and industrials. All right, what about communications, XLC? They look good. They're bouncing. Materials had pulled back recently. That's bouncing at the 50-day. The laggard was energy, XLE, but that's due for a bounce, XLE. Financials we talked about. XLI we talked about. XLK, technology. Believe it or not, technology is actually very good, actually. So sell off, maybe not so much. Pull back for a little bit into September. 3%, 3.2% would be the all-time highs back to the 21-day. That's 3.2. I mean, excuse me, the 50-day. All right, so we laid this out for the week. I had this major volume by price support level at 42.38. Okay, so 3.2 was the 50-day, and a pullback to that major support level would be just shy of 6%. All right, a 618 would be the 50-day, and we came close, bounced. So right now, neutral to bullish, but you know, short term, we're probably going to see a little bit more pullback here. It looks like on the SPY. This could have looked. It could have looked a lot worse this week, for sure. Could have looked a lot worse. We'll be closing the week with a lower high. All right. So for the weekly, we're going to be down on the week. All right. So we're down on the week 0.7%, maybe 1% by the end of the day if we do sell off a little bit. What's VIX doing? VIX moving higher. All right, it's still in the 19s. All right, so, and the growth versus value, we know that both of the sectors, both of these groups are doing okay. All right, so growth is doing good. There's no reason for me to sell my growth stocks. Qs look okay. It's the industrials and the energy stocks that are weighing on SPY at the moment. Industrials and energy. What about What about healthcare? Healthcare was strong coming into the week. It's okay, XLV. XLP, consumer staples. Now, the one thing that I did notice, and I pointed this out a little while ago, um, if we continue this strength in consumer staples versus consumer discretionary, that ratio will continue to roll over. That's something we don't want to see, as it looks like institutions are, just be aware of it, institutions are preparing for a weak September. All right, that's what this ratio is telling you. See how it's peaking? Okay, that's the ratio between consumer discretionary, which should be outperforming if you're bullish, versus consumer discretionary, which is currently outperforming. So that's why this is rolling over. XLY is not performing as well as XLP. And you got all the moving averages rolling over while we're at the highs. So this is one thing that would tell me be cautious. The other thing is VIX. We have more reason to be cautious if we close any lower next week in terms of this ratio. All right, so that's XLY, XLU, XLP. XLK looks fine. XRT. Many of the retail stocks look good. They're bouncing. So this doesn't look that bad, really. Walmart. All right, Target. Dollar General. I'll probably look at Target on Monday for a potential buy. Target, 5 below, that had a really nice run. That pulled back a little bit. Bouncing, the buyers are coming in. Home Depot. Bounce, nice bounce. Some of you bought Home Depot yesterday. Lowe's, huge bounce on 3 white soldiers, reversal. You got Nvidia at the highs. So what is it about the SPY other than XLE and XLE energy and XLI industrial is not really giving us the breakout we were looking for? The other sectors look okay. I guess it's just the fear of the unknown. What's going to happen over the weekend? You know, we're just sitting on the wall there. Humpty Dumpty is sitting on that wall. And if anything happens over the weekend over in Afghanistan, that could push Humpty Dumpty over, at least short term, and go back and retest the 50-day. So I would keep hedges on just for the insurance. You don't want to use the insurance on your car. You don't want to have to use it, but you need it, you know, to protect yourself. You know, who wants to outlay who knows how much, especially if you hurt somebody else, you know. And they sue for damages, not to mention the damages that you'll have to repair yourself. So, hedge, things look good. It could look a hell of a lot worse, for sure. Novavax shook some people out on news that they were going to delay. They would delay their data that they need to submit to the EU. So Novavax pulled back, but buyers quickly came in at the VWAP. So here's another good example, all right? So if you're long Novavax, you want to look for price action to be moving away from VWAP. It was doing that up until 1:28 p.m. 1:28 p.m. That news wire came out that the EU was still waiting for the data from Novavax management, and Novavax management came out and said, we're going to be a little bit late, probably the end of September, early October. Briefly, we sold off, but look what happened. Right at VWAP, what happened? The buyers came in, and volume confirmed the move back up to the highs. So people who sold here on that news, who, for whatever reason, like Peter Lynch would say, You know, you got to know what you own and why you own it, right? Why do you own Novavax? Why do you have shares? Are you just trading it, or do you have shares because you're looking forward to all those vaccines that they're supposed to ship to the EU? It's like 200 million doses or something like that. You know, the company makes a profit. So why do you own Novavax? And was that dip enough to shake you out? Um, the company is projected to make $32.30 in 2022. You know what their projected earnings are for 2021? Minus a loss of $8 in 2021. But 2022, just around the corner, 400% improvement from that. That's just insane. Wow. That's pretty impressive, actually. So they're projected to make $32.30. Wow. So Novavax moving higher. Okay, so back up to the highs. I was watching an old video of Peter Lynch last night before I fell asleep, and he was talking about when he took over the Fidelity Magellan. He was young, obviously, and it was right around 1986. Had just taken, I think it might have been the beginning of 1987. Anyway, he took over Magellan. Eventually, it went from something like 500 million in the fund to like something ridiculous like 15 billion. And he talked about, you know, how to make money in the markets, whether it's moving higher or lower. I just thought it was kind of interesting what he was saying. His slogan is know what you own and why you own it, right? Buffett would say the same thing. Munger would say the same thing. He always had that big head of white hair. I always wanted to meet him. I met Marty Zweig, but I didn't meet Peter Lynch. Marty before he died. He was a good guy. He was all about breath and, you know, his breath indicators, his breath thrust. This is Marty Zweig's breath thrust indicator. Okay, so this one here was designed by Marty Zweig. Now, you see what's happening here? You got small caps and mid caps at the minus 30 zone. This is an area where you want to start to see a reversal in trend. So IWM is trying to get something going. You got NASDAQ turning, and S&P is back below zero. So many people would look at this as weakness, but what I look at it as, I like to buy the dips anyway. So I'm looking for the reversal in these indicators. This is a Marty Zweig breath thrust indicator. You take the advancing stocks versus the declining stocks. You take a percentage of that and you get this line that tells you what to look for. I look for oversold conditions to be a reason to look for a bounce, and overbought conditions to be a reason to be taking profits off the table. We saw that. I'm just watching the markets right now while I'm discussing this. So I'm looking for the opposite, all right? Most people look at the obvious and say, oh, it's weak. Like bullish percent index is weak. I want to be selling. No, I want to be buying when we reach support. I want to look for this to turn back up. I want to be selling up here when we're in the exhausted zone, when we're making highs. See these vertical lines? And I want to be buying on the dip. So I'm waiting for bullish percent index to rise. Maybe by the end of the day we see this turn upward and make a higher low. That would echo what we're seeing here. And the VIX VXV, which is telling you to look for a bounce or a short-term bottom when we get to the high here, when we get to 102, 1 open, 1 even, I should say. When you see a move up above that level, which we got yesterday, the high yesterday was 1.02. We've pulled back some. We closed at a lower level, but not before registering that. So that told me to look for a bounce. That was yesterday, and that's what that indicator told us. So if you followed along with that logic, what I just got finished discussing, I mean, I kind of went around the world there, but including Peter Lynch and Marty Zweig. But this, I don't see a reason to be super bearish right now. I think what's going to happen is, think being the operative word, I think what's going to happen is we're going to extend this strength, if you will, or neutral, or no selling into the end of the week, next week, mainly because we've got Jackson Hole. Take care, Rob. I'll see you later. We got Jackson Hole. All right, so this third line here, August 16th through September 30th, this negative number here, that's only 2.8%. That just happens to coincide 2.8% from the beginning of August, from the beginning of September into the end of September. We have a negative return. That just happens to relate to the drawdown. You know, this relates to the drawdown that we're looking for. 3% drawdown would be back to the 50 days. So let's say for this next week, we push a little higher and we test 4450 or 4500. That's the call wall up there. So we know that's resistance. Follow me. So we rise up to 4500 and then we retreat back to the 50 day in September. And we pull back 3%. Then we look for a little bounce. So we basically go nowhere in September. Capiche? So I'm thinking we follow. The indicators are telling me maybe we follow through into next week. We got Jackson Hole at the end of the month. I mean, the end of the week, and he says what we're all anticipating. You know, well, yeah, we might raise rates early, but everybody knows that. The earliest would be probably in December, and I don't see them doing it. I just don't see them raising rates. Why? Because the numbers, the jobs numbers just don't look right. They're still not what they want. I mean, will Congress have to stimulate even more, send out more checks? There's supposed to be an exhaustion of benefits in September. So it just seems like we're just sitting here waiting for a black swan event. You heard Palantir bought some ridiculous amount, some sources say 50 to 60 million in gold bars. Palantir. What's it doing? PLTR. Markets are going nowhere right now. Qs have been sideways for the last few hours. Qs not going anywhere. Palantir, all right, giving back some of the gains. Nvidia is the shining star. Must be nice to be Nancy Pelosi and buy $1.5 million in Congress, having enough money to buy a $1.5 million worth of Nvidia after having a great run in Microsoft. She was also in Microsoft. I believe something similar in terms of size. And she just happens to be on the, the Armed Services Committee, whatever the hell it is that approves deals. Microsoft, look at Microsoft. It's crazy. Congratulations for those of you. And I know Sean and a couple other people were trading Microsoft. I don't know who else has been in it. If you were in Microsoft, just give me a thumbs up. Give me a little thumbs up in the room. Tell me if you were in Microsoft over the last week. Beautiful. Nice job. So we're just sitting here watching VIX trailing off again. All right, so we got an hour to go. Power hour right there. There should be a bell or something for power hour. Okay, we're nice little bounce here. I know Sean was in it. I think he might have got out early. I think you got out early, right, Sean? Yeah, Qs have been stuck for the last hour and a half, 2 hours, just moving sideways. All right, SPY is starting to turn back up. All righty, do we get an end of day run? Yeah, yeah. And I think Jackson Hole is going to be what extends this out.
SKLZ, January 20 calls at the Ask Skills, January 20 calls, Sandy Kilo Lima Zulu.
VIX rolling over, Red Rover, Grover, Crimson and Clover, over and over. All right, so not a bad day. Not a bad day. I'm not complaining. Are you complaining? I'm not complaining. BNTX, what's BNTX doing? All right, BNTX is flat. All right. I'm not looking for any big move in SPY. S&P. A close here. We're up $3 on the day, you know. Alfred E. Newman, What Me Worry, right? Remember that? Mad World. All right, VIX dropping off. All right, here we go. Here we go. LETSGO. Let's go. All right, SPY and the Qs. All right, we're up 3 points. We could close right here. I'd be fine. I would love to see higher prices. I know some of you are looking for lower prices, but we could close right here. I'd be just fine. Yeah, Target next week. Yeah, we had a good day today. Biotechs, Novavax, BioNTech, Illumina, IBB, Hilton pulling back a little bit more now. GLVX is selling off here. GLVX. GLVX is selling off. Yeah. Let's see. What does ARC look like? ARC K. All right, just below the 921 and 50 day. Looks like this support zone where they bought last time. RSI is still below 50, so trend is sideways to slightly lower. Stochastics is starting to turn, so maybe this is the turn that gets us back above that 127 zone. Do they run this end of day? We got a little bit more than 50 minutes to go.
ROKU report from Matthew Keys. Roku to start selling streaming hardware in Germany. Romeo Oscar Kilo uniform.
All right, Roku looking for a bounce on the news. All right, watch the Qs. Qs look like they're going to break a bit higher here. VIX dropping off some more. So it looks like we might see the bears bite the dust this time. 50-50. Somebody's going to win. Either that or it's going to be flat on the day. 50-50 shot. All right, we're starting to get a little bid going here. Starting to get a bid on the S&P. All right, there we go. S&P starting to bid. VIX still dropping off. I hate to say it using this expression, but to be very honest, I am a little bit surprised that VIX isn't higher. I mean, there's just so much going on that we're not even pricing in my humble opinion. You know, I think the markets could move higher, but I don't see how VIX can just keep dropping off here. It is OPEX, so Monday we could see a completely different picture. All right, there goes the futures, S&P starting to move. All right, we got plenty of time. VIX dropping off. All right, so volume is coming in. Volume coming in. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We've got almost two and a half to one up volume. There go the volume. The volume is really picking up nicely here. VIX is breaking. Qs are breaking out here. Qs are breaking out. VIX dropping off. Qs breaking out. All right, so there we go. The Qs are breaking out. All right, so that looks good. That looks good. Here's A. All right, so for you new members, Raul and you guys, ABCD patterns, we look for this all the time. Here's your A pattern, the first leg or the line segment or leg. That's A. Here's B. Here's C. We want to, a lot of times when we see C above VWAP, that's stronger. So we're looking for this follow through, ABCD pattern. So, and you got a TTM squeeze, and we're above VWAP, and we got volume coming in. So, and the MACD is turning. Everything's setting up on the Qs. Looks good right here. And SPY 2. SPY 2. All right, so. All right, SPY. SPY is also giving us the same. Okay. So, not really an ABCD pattern, although you could call this A, B, C, D, and then another A, B. Maybe we see C and D by the end of the day, and we get two ABCD patterns on SPY.
$100 million share buyback, Alpha November Delta Echo.
All right, Mara, a little pullback on Mara. All right, that's a good idea. I like that idea. Mara on the pullback, maybe reload. The 35s for, can we get it for next week? Mara, I like that one. Grover, I like it. Thank you. All right, SPY on the Qs. All right, Mara reloaded. Mara, M-A-R-A. All right, so here's your A, B pattern. Still enough time to be C and D, or just an A, B, D. And miss C altogether, just go for it. MACD's turning, look at that, gonna follow through. So strength returning.
Joins forces with AbbVie in developing next generation electric vehicle performance dynamics. That's spot chart Sandy Romeo.
All right, there goes the futures. All right, so are they gonna get the bulls all excited and install it right here? Watch the VIX, watch the VIX. Got plenty of time for some more chop. A drop or a pop. All right. DraftKings, looking for there goes Mara, looking for DraftKings next week. DraftKings seems like every day now we're getting more and more news. DraftKings kind of flat. All right, so here's a good example for you new members. Okay, we want to trade this over here on the left. We want to trade Wednesday's price action. You see how it's moving away from VWAP, and VWAP is rising, and relative volume is pretty solid and high. We want to trade this. We don't want to trade this. Whenever you see a flat VWAP, you don't want to trade this. All right, you want to just wait for price action if you're day trading. If you're swing trading, you just have to wait through that price action. But all right, still looking for this to pop next week, not drop. So hopefully we'll get that follow through. Okay, Mara. Okay, so I'm a little bit of selling from the high. I'd like to see a close in the upper half of the daily range. That's what your indicator is telling you. Stochastic is telling you, look for closes on average in the upper half of the daily range. So if you just bought on that dip, the probability that it closes near VWAP or slightly higher into the upper part of this range is pretty decent. And you got a $2.69 ATR. We're at 3 right now. So a bullish close up there at the high of the day would be an expansion day. Expansion day break. Looking for a breakout next week. That would be cool if we got a third white soldier and we took out 38, 39 on strength in Bitcoin. All of these stocks are giving us the same information. So this gives us a higher probability of success when everything is working. When everything is working, ETHE, Ethereum. I have a position in Ethereum. I don't have a position in GBTC. That does look good too. Riot, I don't have a position. I do have a position in Mara. And I have a position in Coinbase. All right, Coinbase, nice bounce. Looking for a follow through on Monday. All dependent on the rest of these stocks and Bitcoin. So Bitcoin looks like it has more room. You got a little bit of rejection here at 50 and then another level at 56,000, 58,000 right in here. See that? So 50,000 up to 52,000, you have some resistance. So maybe Monday we get a pop and able to sell into strength again. Look for a reload one more time. As most of the Bitcoin stocks look good. Same thing with biotechs. Biotechs look good. Most of the biotechs look good. They're bouncing. We want to see a second day on Monday. We know that we know that technology is doing well. We're back to all-time highs, 52-week highs. The Qs, back to highs. All right, the QQQE, the equal weight index, not quite back there yet, but the Qs are. And S&P looks pretty good. S&P looks good. We 3% pullback to the 50-day, and we're about a 1% off the highs now. So I can't complain. There goes Mara, starting to push a bit higher. All right, let's see how the IBD 50 finished on the week. IBD 50. All right, we got what, 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 stocks, 41, 41. IBD 50, 41 are green, 9 are red. Okay, so task, NVIDIA, top of the list. Beautiful look on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is breaking out. Oh, jeez. Uh, all right, I'll have to send some expensive ice cream to Nancy's attention. Buying $1.5 million position in NVIDIA. I have to tell you, for a lady, she's got cojones. I mean, buy high, sell higher. She seems to be right all the time, so maybe NVIDIA is going to get rewarded something. Maybe they'll get an award.
That's Alpha Bravo Tango.
And I know that sounds very sarcastic for me to say that, but I mean, she was the head of this committee, whatever it was that approved Microsoft, you know. Maybe she knows something about NVIDIA that we don't know. All right, it's buying Qs at the highs, near the highs of the day. Are we going to break out here on the S&P? We still got plenty of time. I keep looking over my shoulder at the world clocks that I have. London, New York, San Francisco, and Singapore. I have 4 clocks on the wall. My wife is like, why don't you have Russia? I said, because they don't have an exchange. She didn't know any better. So I know that was mean of me to say that. I guess I need to add 5 and 6. Russia could be one, and Paris could be another. It's too close to London, though. So maybe Russia and I don't know. Anyway, I'm just looking at the clocks here. We're pushing up against resistance again. The 41 zone, this 41 zone here, we're pushing up against resistance. We're looking for a pop through this area and VIX to drop off. VIX dropping off more. All right, let's see. Let me see what the watch list looks like. Watch list, many from the IBD 50. Let's see how the watch list performed. Okay, we've got one red stock on the IBD, on the watch list. Oi, 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 not bad, huh? Top stock on the watch list for today was Ethereum. Let's see what it was for the week. All right, 50% of these were off. So for today, Integer Holdings, nice follow through for the week. All right, so we're moving higher going into the close. SPY. Moving higher. All right, can we get a breakout here? That'd be a nice run into the close. Did we break above 442.83? Looks like we're going to. VIX is still dropping off.
NVIDIA seeing some heavy pull activity now coming into NVIDIA September 24, 225 call sweep on November Victor Delta Alpha NVIDIA.
All right, DraftKings squeezing at the end of the day. VIX is still moving lower. We're contained right at this resistance zone, 441, 44, 41, 85. Are they going to spoil it?
Amorous, more activity. September $15 call sweep. Alpha Michael Romeo Sandy.
VIX starting to tick up a little bit. All right, can we run here? Can we run? Let's go. Let's go. Okay, here we go. We're going to break out. Going to break out. Anton's going to get his target. Here we go. Off into the wild blue yonder. All right, take me away, NVIDIA. Doing a nice job. Novavax back up to the highs. VIX at the lows of the day. Thank you very much. Yet again, the market's very, very forgiving. I hope you've had the opportunity to take off some exposure, some risk. If you were sucking wind on Wednesday and you were freaking out on Thursday, that's usually because you got too much risk on. Try to practice managing smaller positions if you were a bit freaked out on Wednesday. And if you weren't taking hedges, you know, you tend to be a little bit more anxious when the markets dip 20, 30, 40 handles. Freeport looks for a follow through. All right, the Qs look like they're going to continue higher. All right, what's Apple doing here? Apple, where are you? Apple 148.11. Okay, so I thought maybe we could get back above 50. 150. Roku still pushing a bit higher. News that they're going to start selling hardware in Germany. I thought they already were, but I guess not. Zillow grinding higher. Zillow. Mara, looking for it to push higher.
PTLN Peloton shares ticking higher. Gadget reporting Peloton Android app hints at long-rumored rowing machine. That's Papa Tango Oscar November.
All right. So what do you think VIX is? What do you think VIX is doing? There goes SPY. All right. So SPY, we could see 444 pretty quick here. Qs are going for a new high of the day. Qs, oh my gosh. Bears are probably swearing at the screens right now. I'm waiting for... All right, VIX at the low of the day. Looks like they're covering at the low. Mara looking for that to blast higher. Can you get through 36.50? Already traded its ATR for today. ATR is about $2.80, something like that on Mara. Got to keep an eye on SPY. I've got some SPY calls. I don't. They're 443s. I got to sell these pretty soon. Otherwise, I'll get assigned. I don't want to get signed. I don't want to get assigned 500 shares of SPY. I just don't want that right now. I could turn around and sell them after hours, I guess, but. All right, so we're pushing a bit higher. Watch your SPY options if anything is in the money. Ethereum is starting to push higher, looking for a new high. Novavax looking for a new high. Nvidia looking great. Thank you very much. Zillow making new highs. Coinbase looking for it to get back up to the highs. $3 off the highs. IBB looking for biotechs to perform again next week. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. All of the comments about Delta and vaccines distributions and production and countries approving vaccines and all that kind of news. I think that's just going to stay with us for a while. Roku pushing higher on news that they're selling streaming hardware in Germany, which I thought they were already doing, but that just goes to show you. AMD, DraftKings trying to break higher. Berkshire Hathaway. I was hoping for Berkshire Hathaway to get above 290. All right, I had some calls that expire worthless. I thought we'd get some kind of follow through. They expire today. But I have shares as well, so I'm okay there. Ionis Pharmaceuticals is pushing higher. Ionis. All right, so we're going to stick right here, it looks like. Just below 444. All right, looks like we're going to run here. Looks like we're going to run. Get a little burst here. All right, VIX dropping off one more time. We got more than 15 minutes to go, so we could see this pretty quick move here. VIX drops right here. Watching the VIX. Look for it to drop off. Come on, VIX, drop off. Eyeballs are on VIX. A drop here, we should get a pop, or vice versa. We get a pop, we should get a drop on VIX. I want to drop off.
Cassava Sciences getting a little pop here. The September $100 call sweeps and the
Come on, VIX. Look at VIX drop, man. Come on. All right, so we're going to get an end of day. Can we get an end of day run here? All right, we're pushing above. All right, this is the high of the day, new high of the day. S&P, new high of the day. Futures trying to go. All right, let's see if we can't get a pop here. Futures, tick cumulative going green. Tick cumulative 5-minute going green. Come on, VIX. No green. Let's get red here. Let's get red. All right, futures. Can we pop here? Futures. We're just above the resistance zone. Not enough to get pulled back in. Man, can you imagine a run up to 44.50? I can. I would like to see 44.50. Come on, VIX. One more drop, VIX. One more drop. One more drop. NVIDIA, a little profit taking at the highs. NVIDIA. Everybody's holding their breath. Anybody holding their breath? I'm sitting here holding my breath. Futures at the highs, looking for a little push. All right. Volume coming in. All right, most of the volume is green. Green here. All right, so got more volume coming in. All right, going to ease a little bit higher. VIX. It's in a trend down on the 1 minute. 14 minutes to go. 13 minutes to go. All right, VIX is starting to make a new low here. All right, futures. There goes futures trying to push higher. All right, watch the S&P. S&P trying to push higher. Here we go. Here we go. Starting to lift. Starting to lift. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. VIX dropping off. There go futures. Futures are going. Futures are going. Come on, VIX. Drop off already. Futures are going. Nice, nice, nice. Let's do this. 12 minutes to go. Volume coming in. Volume coming in. VIX dropping off. Volume's coming in. SPY. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Nice. All right, starting to move here. VIX at the low. All right, we're just briefly pushing up there at 444. Mara trying to push higher. All right, SPY going. All right, here we go, SPY. Futures briefly above the high of the day. Yesterday's high over there, 449. 44.49, a little bit higher, right? $44.54. Can we see $44.54 in the next 10 minutes? Can we run 10 handles? Sure. All right. Stuck to this area. Seem to be stuck to this area.
Market on close and balance $1.8 billion on the buy side.
Did he say 1.8 billion? 1.8 billion to buy? Yes, Frank, I did. All right, with the B, the BB. It's all about the base, the base. It's all about the base. Mara still looking good. Mara, Bitcoin related names with 8 minutes to go. Bitcoin. All right. Mara pretty much following exactly what Bitcoin is doing. Mara is pretty much in the same boat right here, except it's pulled away from VWAP all day. Mara dipped below VWAP, but it looks very similar pattern-wise. It's moving higher now. Mara, nice dip by there, Anton, Grover, rather. Okay, so probably see some profit taking. I still like Mara for a follow through on Monday. All right, so we got some selling in there. You can see the volume coming in. That's market imbalances. We're at the highs. They're still buying.
Moving higher, TWTR seeing some volume, and Tango Whiskey, Tango.
Novavax looking for the breakout. Okay, we got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Five minutes to go. Been a pretty decent week. One more pop, SPY. One more pop. Mara still going. Looking for a follow through. All right, VIX is starting to turn here. VIX is starting to turn. All right, not bad. You guys did a great job today. I was watching most of the trades mentioned in the trading room and elsewhere. Mara still going here. Mara looks good. Can we get a run end of day? That'd be cool. Mara. All right, we got 4 minutes to go.
mRNA, Moderna says will require COVID-19 vaccination for all workers in the U.S. effective October 1st. That's Michael Romeo, November Alpha.
All sectors are green. SPY looking for a pop. I swiped left on my computer. There go the Qs. Qs are ripping higher. Qs are ripping. VIX dropping off. SPY one more pop. Be nice. Not a bad trading day. They have to. Yeah, the Fed's probably going to punt.
It's 4 o'clock.
There's your closing bell. All right, so we didn't get a really big bang there, but a lot of these stocks look good. The S&P, we did move above resistance. I was hoping for a little pop back up to these highs, but we didn't get it. So what? VIX did pop up. Shorts did cover at the end of the day, as we suspected. I didn't think it was just going to keep dropping. But VIX looks pretty ugly on the daily. Pretty ugly close on VIX. Pretty ugly. We got 15%. 15% at the low of the day. 50 days right there. As far as the range is concerned, we're coming off the top of the range. I'm thinking VIX could be weak again next week into Jackson Hole and then spike back up again. So we should have a reprieve for at least Monday, Tuesday, I would think, barring any kind of unwinding of hedges that dealers have to do now that we had the markets OPEX close. So anyway, this is your host coming to you from theclosingprint.com, Cousin Vinny, on this Friday, the 20th of August. Hope you have a great evening and an even better weekend. Remember to always trade with a plan, as we try to outline every single day. We're not about just throwing out trades. We also want to talk about why the trades are what we're looking at. Always have a plan for an exit before you even take a trade. You can lose a lot of money trading in the markets. So let's work with a strategy. I'll see you guys on Sunday with the weekend video around 2 p.m. Have a good one. Take care, and we'll talk to you then. Ciao.